Hello, my friends, and welcome to the NACE Starleague Spring 22. My name is Jeff. We are here with three great matches coming up alongside Jag. As we get into this, we're gonna take a look at the three matches we have lined up for you today.
Yeah, we got some bangers today coming out, especially of the Midwest 5 Conference. This is week 3 of 12, so still a long way to go, but these matches could have very big impacts on the season as a whole, considering the fact that, 3 of the teams we're seeing today out of the 4 from the Midwest 5 are undefeated. There's only one spot from each conference that guarantees you a spot directly to the playoffs. The next 3 get to go on to the play-ins, but that's not going to be a guarantee into the national championship bracket. So today, even though it is very early on in the season, this is going to be very important for these teams going forward.
Absolutely is. As we take a look at today's schedule, so we are going to kind of zoom in on this Midwest 5 conference where we will see those 3 undefeated teams. A little bit later, we'll have Southeast Missouri State and Illinois State going head-to-head, both 2-0 coming into week 3. But starting things off, it's Purdue University going up against Northwood, who are your other undefeated team and your defending champions from Fall 21.
Yeah, defending champions not only of Starleague, but of basically the entire collegiate Rocket League scene. They did win the CRL as well. But, this team, it's a different look than what we saw last year, yet so far have had a pretty good run. It is a 2-0 record, but one thing to note is that they've only played one game. That one of the wins was considered a bye. You get an automatic win for not having a game that week. Purdue, well, they're 1-1, but the only game they've played so far was a loss. They also got a bye. That's their one win. They ended up losing to Simu, who we're going to be seeing a little bit later on today. And, well, here are the lineups we talked about. Very different one that we're seeing from Northwood today compared to that championship roster just a year ago.
Indeed. In fact, all 3 players, they weren't the starters from last year. They took the subs, and the subs have been promoted and are now your starting lineup here in Spring 22. So it's a different team than we saw defend that championship, or take that championship, should I say, for Northwood. So, and this early in the season, tough to tell the success that we will see from this new squad, but it's been a strong start. They were able to take a 3-0 win in week 2, coming off of that bye after week 1, putting them in this undefeated record and tied for first place. On the other side, you mentioned Purdue took a loss. I wanted to add that it was a 2-3 loss. It was extremely close loss against Southeastern Missouri State.
Yeah, I want to talk about this a little bit later, as we will see Southeast Missouri State in action. All of their matches have been all the way to map 5 so far. They're undefeated, as we've talked about. But, I mean, does that say that maybe the Southeast Missouri squad is, they're just, there's a little bit of rhythm issues, can't really get into the full swing of things until later. Maybe their opponents just are really good, and we haven't seen what Purdue can fully do yet. This is their to prove it. If they're able to defeat Northwood, new roster or not, that puts your name on the map. It also completely shakes up the conference, because we know only one of these 3 undefeated teams is not going to be undefeated after this, but there could be 2, depending on how this matchup goes.
What an upset that would be, especially traditionally. And talk about making a statement. You are not lying on that one. If you're able to take Northwood down, particularly this early, you're going to have everybody in the Midwest 5 conference with eyes on you, and then you're going to be taken very seriously going through the rest of the season.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they can do. It does sound like that lobby is ready, so I think we're going to get into game momentarily. I think the biggest thing right now, if you're Purdue, is you got to set the pace early on. If you're able to play the game you want to, whether that is a little bit slower of control or just very much pedal to the metal, you catch Northwood off guard early, that could be a big key to getting an early lead.
And they're going to start off pressuring into the blue half early. That's a good way to start things, but they can't keep it down there. Jay Hart coming in, looking to kind of lead this squad through. Oh, man, but gets demoed right out of the gate. And just like that, it is Northwood University going on the attack. See if they can set something up off the wall. Good opportunity and an early goal here for Northwood.
It looks like it was such a good opening for Purdue. They immediately get control off the kickoff, but then they lose it. They don't really have the rotation there. I thought that was going to be an immediate goal after the initial steal. Instead, they do get back, but it's only prolonged. It's a great just kind of steal off the side. Great kind of back and forth pass off the crossbar. And there it is, right into the goal. Already 1-0, 30 seconds in.
Yeah, it looks like the subs becoming the starters is working for Northwood. I mean, that's an early statement. And a lot of times in these game ones, it takes a little bit of time for the teams to kind of feel each other out and get a read on each other. But Northwood are wasting 0 time. 2 goals in 42 seconds. Hockey coming up with that second one.
Yeah, they've got the read already pretty much on lock. There, it almost looks like they bumped each other a little bit, but they still have the presence of mind where Hockey can just take it away. And Hockey is probably the player I actually know the most coming into this game. A former player of Vibrance. I think they've played on other collegiate rosters as well or in other tournaments. I mean, this whole roster is players that have kind of circled the drain in the Tier 2 scene of Rocket League. Here now they can prove themselves worthy of the title of best team in collegiate, and then you never know where they can go from there.
And what a fantastic esports program for them to be a part of and find a home. Pirates, nice touch there just to get it out of the danger zone. He's going to go ahead and pick up their own pass, chase it all the way down, back to Hockey again. Looking for the 1-2, can't quite connect. But Hockey's not going to allow Purdue much possession. There's a good back pass to Buddy to create another opportunity here on net. Can't find the shot on that one, though.
Yeah, it looks like at this point they're just going for style points. I mean, they're just seeing who can get the flip reset, who can just get the prettiest looking goal. It's a 2-0 lead, and I mean, sure, that is something you could just kind of sit on for a bit, but there's still 3.5 minutes left. There's still plenty of time for Purdue to get in this. I think the biggest thing is that pace they set early on. They were so quick on the draw, and since then, it's just been playing defense. They've had to park the bus, and they haven't really been able to even stop the ball from actually getting on net. It's just constantly a rapid-fire barrage coming out from Northwood.
Unfortunately, Purdue not able to quite set that pace like you were talking about at the top of this game one. It is them reacting the whole time, trying to play catch-up, trying to find possession, not really able to win a whole lot of 50s, not really able to even touch the ball all that much. And with the aggression, the physical play coming out of North, like we see with that demo, I don't see it changing much time soon. And Purdue needs some adaptations because it looks like Northwood are just playing keep away at this point. Oh, does get back to save the empty net goal.
Yeah, that was 2 demos back-to-back coming out from Hockey. It was a 3-on-1 for a split second, but those respawns come back in at the nick of time. Almost was a coast-to-coast kind of goal. Just didn't have enough power. That would have been huge. Being able to cut that lead in half, being able to get on the board, that would have made Northwood probably force them to play a little bit more honest, a little bit less, you know, I don't want the wording for it right now. There's kind of showing off. Haven't been able to get that third goal on goal yet. Just haven't been able to get it in quite so far, but like you said, playing keep away, like they've just kept possession this entire time.
Yeah, an explosive opening 42 seconds and just maintaining control ever since. Pass off the backboard, but the other 2 players in the midfield line, just playing a little defensive. Hockey's going to go back, challenge in the air, not allow for any kind of 2-tap off the back wall. Looking for the clear. Nice win at the midfield line here for Northwood as they push it all the way back into the corner. Going to chase it back down, but Purdue able to sneak it out of there thanks to a nice little move. Read it at the midfield line, though. It is all 3 players from Northwood headed into this corner. Hockey, a little bit of a whiff off.
I think I might have just lost full scope there for a moment. So I'm going to keep it going until they can return. See how that ends up. But right now, it's kind of been the same old, just possession game for Northwood. I've not given it up at all. There were a few moments where it looked like Purdue might be able to find an opening here and there, but since then, we kind of shut down. Also, bumped into each other. Seems like the nerves might be starting to get to them as they only have a minute left and counting. Oh, that could have been an own goal. Could have been Buddy with the scoop and score instead. Bounced it right off the side. So, very quick start from Northwood overall. 2 early goals, have not been able to find anything since, and still are just kind of keeping on to it. That could be the third. Oh. There it is, finally broken open. And I believe Volskunk, you are now back.
Yeah, a little bit of an internet issue there, apparently. Apologies. Appreciate the carry. And looks like I got back just in time to see this dagger get put in by Northwood for game 1.
It seems like they were on the doorstep for a long time, right? You knew it was eventually going to get there. That 2-0 lead wasn't going to be satisfied enough for them, but they've really just slowed down the pace. They've really just started, hey, we're just going to keep passing back and forth until we find an opening. Purdue was able to hold out for quite a while, but then there's always going to be a hole in the defense, and it looks like there's another one right there.
Hockey comes up with their second on the day. Just a little pass to themselves, an early jump for Purdue, and Hockey made that one look easy.
Yeah, they've made this game 1 look very much in their favor. With only 40 seconds left right now. If you're Purdue, you're just thinking, hey, if we can get something on the board, at least we're not shut out. A little bit of momentum going into the rest of the series. You gotta hope for the best here.
If you're Purdue, what are you looking at here going into game 2? What adaptations can they make against this aggressive Northwood team?
Well, they're definitely overcommitting a little bit on the defense. I think you see that usually it's 2 people jumping, you know, onto the ball, trying to just make a defensive stop. I mean, there could be a little bit of miscommunication there. I've seen also when they've tried to get it out of the zone, try to clear it, they're double committing on that as well, which actually is bumping them out of the idea of clearing it. Can't really get anything good on that if you're not hitting at the right angle. And I think there, again, just like play how you wanted to play at the beginning. I thought that opening was a great start, but they couldn't get past that first 15 seconds after that. Seems like they never were able to really hold possession.
And that's reflected in the shot total, as we only get one shot on goal there for Purdue for the entirety of game one. And I mean, there's only 7 for Northwood, but they kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit on the aggression, it seems like. Well, at least as far as taking shots, they were aggressive in their style and aggressive in maintaining control. But it didn't just launch a bunch of balls at net. But 4 out of 7, that's a more than 50% conversion ratio on that. An excellent start for them, looking as strong as ever.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Buddy didn't have a shot on goal. It was just the two teammates there where they were going for it every time. It seemed like Buddy was more in the, all right, I'm going to pass it to someone. Maybe it'll hit off the side. Maybe it'll hit off the crossbar, the corner, and then we'll try to go for, a rebound after that. They didn't really go for the direct shots unless it was just the right angle. We saw at the very end, I think they got that last goal, especially just kind of a wide open net. And it's like, all right, so why even bother trying to bounce it off of something if it's right there, if it's there for the taking? We'll have to see, though, if Purdue can answer back. It is a first 3. There's still plenty of time for them to get back into this.
Absolutely. Never count a team out after game 1. Sometimes it just takes a little warming up. Maybe coming in a little cold, not quite executing like you'd like. And already some wonderful aggression right out of the gate. Purdue in the first 20 seconds has more shots in game 2 than they got in the entirety of game 1. They're going to be able to rotate and defend as well, not allow any goal in transition for Northwood.
Yeah, that was a great start. Unfortunately, Northwood's defense just a little bit too good there. Could not be broken through. This is another chance here, though. And, great save there to bounce it up. This could be an answer back.
Be a little late on the pinch, but hockey is still right there. Off the wall it goes, and Purdue get it back out. Trying to put something in, put something together on the other side. Kind of a battle from midfield. I like what Purdue's been doing, but they might have been caught off. Ooh, might have been caught sleeping. Justin gets back and saves the team. Now Jay Hart has a look at an open goal and will find it. Purdue getting their first on the board for today.
And what a much better start. This is what I wanted. This is what they needed. And the defense, again, there was like that one opportunity where maybe Northwood could have opened up the scoring here, but it was a great save, rejected that, and they were able to answer back, able to get a really nice counterattack going, and for the first time in this series, they are on the board.
If they just angered the beast, or if Purdue has really made those necessary adjustments. And one thing I'm noticing is I feel like they're doing a lot more passing and a lot less just booming it down the field and looking for the dump and chase. Still seemed a little boost star from what I've seen, was something I feel like Northwood's been very good at, and part of the reason the dump and chase was not working. Long shot's gonna put it right in front of the orange net. They're coming through, but it was right out to Buddy. Pirates doesn't get all that ball. Had an opportunity there, kind of falls by the wayside. Into the corner it goes, and Purdue's gonna be able to get it out of there.
And I mean, now you're thinking Northwood, like, you can't go for those fancy moves anymore. You just got to go back to basics, try to get a goal here, because you wait too long to start playing your best game. This could be a 1-0. You never know. Maybe you're found out again and it's a 2-0. This is where things get really dicey, and this is why that first game we always talk about, like, it's just kind of a feeling out period. Once you figure out what your opponent's trying to do, that's when you can really capitalize. And it seems like Purdue has found at least some sort of footing. They got to keep this net clear.
Oh, nice save from Goldfish. They were looking for the 1-2-3 from Northwood. Maybe outthought themselves on that one. Time for Goldfish to get that read on the third man. Goes wide as Northwood continues to press this attack. Finally able to get it out of there. Good pass, clear. Coming in from Purdue, and it's back to midfield.
Pirates has an angle. I'm noticing that the way that Purdue is defending is they're pre-jumping a lot more, but they're pre-jumping at the exact right angle, at the exact right height, and it is working out so much better than it was previously. Sometimes it's a risk because you could always miscalculate it, overjump it, underjump it, but so far they're taking those risks and they're paying off.
Well, there was a huge air 51 by Goldfish at the midfield line that's now set Purdue up nicely here, trying to get the second goal in. Demo onto the defense. Purdue trying to charge up so they can make something of it, but Pirates is able to press that pressure relief valve. right back into the blue half it goes. Purdue have turned this thing around 180 degrees coming into game 2. Hockey tried to get a little bit fancy, gets it stolen away as they approach the ground. Never able to pass it off. Goldhill's now charging back down the other direction. He's going to win that scrum in the corner, try to center the ball. But Purdue has to sit back and make sure to maintain their attack here in the blue half. It's Dustin going in, but by themselves.
Yeah, Pirates there. Bit of a takeaway, gives it up. It doesn't seem like they're going to get punished for it. They're just keeping the ball on the Blues half of the field, working out well. They have had a few chances here and there, but for the most part, they're just saying, like, we're just going to keep shooting, and it's okay as long as we get the rebounds. And for the most part, they are getting those rebounds. They're keeping possession constantly. It feels like a complete reversal of roles. Now, it is still only a 1-goal lead. Northwood could easily tie this back up. But again, they're still going for fancy plays.
Yep, looking to the air pass for Hockey on that one. Buddy's got an opportunity here. Buddy will eventually tie it up. Off the rebound coming out of Hockey. It's just a little bit of a lackluster touch. Yeah, I don't think that's exactly what Jay Hart wanted to put it. Excuse me, that was not Jay Hart. That was, I didn't see the third defender was. It was Dustin. It was the third defender on that one. Didn't quite get enough of the ball and just left it in a perfect position for Northwood.
Almost perfect position there as Buddy almost gets the kickoff immediately to the goal, but now the counterattack is out. I gotta agree with you though, sometimes you just get an unlucky touch, just doesn't go the way you want, and there was perfectly placed for Northwood. 1-1. Overtime could be on the horizon here.
Approaching the 30-second mark. Northwood with the ball. Pass it on over, right back to Pirates, a little 1-2. Gonna go right back to Buddy again. You can feel them setting something up. Purdue able to get in and disrupt, but they have to commit all 3 players onto that side to do it. And it's going right back to Northwood. Far wall, 2 players from Purdue chasing, and neither of them get the touch. Buddy with the pass to the center. Gets deflected back out. 8 seconds remaining. Purdue's going to try to get the clear. Does manage to get it over Buddy, and they can breathe a little bit easier now. But Pirates, pressure back on. Take that breath away. No such doing here. Ooh, I thought that one was going to touch. It's kept alive, but eventually touching the ground. It's going to be a golden goal to take game 2.
Yes, it is. Absolutely first to score wins. That is all that it takes now, which means that Purdue is still in a great position to potentially steal this game away after a great opening, a great, I would say, 5 minutes of play. Besides that 1 goal going in, they had a great attack, great defense. Now they still got to find an answer here, and they're finding themselves once again on their own goal line.
Oh, and Hockey punishes off of a beautiful pass coming out from Pirates. And again, Dustin just not getting a really good touch on that ball. Goes right to Pirates, who lasers it perfectly over, and that is all she wrote for game 2. Purdue made a much better fight out of it that time around, but in the end, it's still Northwood going up to match point.
That's the thing about Rocket League. It doesn't matter what the score is. I mean, we've seen 7-0s. We've seen 5-4 games. The loss is still a loss, and that score differential does not help you at all when it comes to anything turn-wise. There's no score differential seeding-wise or anything like that. So here you're going to feel a lot better about your performance. The fact that you're able to almost take it away. You're going to wonder, what was the weakest part of our game there? Well, you worked in everything else I talked about. It was the clearing, as you had mentioned several times. They could not get down, in particular Dustin just really struggled. And I think it goes back to a point that you had mentioned before that we really didn't touch on a lot. The boost just seemed to always be better on the side of Northwood, and I'm not sure if that was them starving out the boost in their own corners or what was going on exactly there, but they just had the need for speed. They were able to get those better clears because they had more strength behind it. Dustin there probably didn't have much left to the tank, and unfortunately you're setting up your team there for an unlucky situation.
Good touch that time. It will prevent any kind of follow-up on that pass. Grab it in the midfield. And a lot of, going back to the boost conversation, we see Hockey here with a bunch of boosts going in for the double tap. Hockey is going to go ahead and put that home. 19-second goal for Hockey to start things off. And we come back to Hockey, 100 boost. Plenty of resources to work with to make this beautiful shot into the top right-hand corner.
And this seems to be the bread and butter right now of all the players on the side of Northwood. They always go for the double tap. Right off the top, right in. They find the perfect angle. They find the boost that they need to get it done. And this reminds me a lot of the first game. And we'll see if they can get another one here in the next few seconds. And if they did, it would be exactly like the first game. They got 2 goals right off the bat, then got held off for a while, but still were able to keep a perfect clean sheet.
Oh, another little back pass from Buddy like you saw in game 1. I love those. Don't allow Purdue to clear. Just pass it back yourself, but you get to guide it, throw it to a teammate. One of the reasons Northwood was able to maintain such wonderful possession in the first game. And they're doing a good job of it here in game 3 so far. Going up for it. Dustin gonna win the 50, but it takes a weird bounce off the wall. Hockey's gonna chase it down. A little short touch. Oh, nice move. Jukes him out of their socks, looking for the shot. Buddy with the follow-up, not quite there. Pirates going up into the sky. That one's gonna drop it.
What?
I don't believe it. What a lob. Everybody get involved. 2-0 Northwood.
That was with a demo too. They overcommit this. Oh, this reminds me so much of the first game. I mentioned this before. They overcommit, they double commit. If they left one in goal, Dustin wouldn't have had to go for that saving grace play. Even though they got the tap, it doesn't matter. That was going in. Doesn't matter how they hit that. It was going in somewhere. This could be 3-0 in just a moment. Oh, it hits. Cuts right off the side.
Yeah, Buddy was kind of looking to redirect and just got a little too much of it, and it ends up off the post. Pirates with a wonderful touch. Oh, man comes in. Able to at least put a shot on goal, keep Northwood in check, keep them honest. Dude trying to put something together here. Going up to the skies, dropping it for Goldfish. In the middle, ball pops straight up in the air, and nobody has really defined control on this midfield line at the moment. Inching into the blue half goes Purdue, but Dustin's going to miss on that one. Forces double rotation onto the defensive side, which just opens up some space for Northwood to do what Northwood does. Get aggressive, control the boosts. Oh, nice! Good touch into a win. Purdue have an opportunity here. Buddy looking to shut that down and just interfere with this enough that Purdue can't even get a shot on.
No, they can't. I mean, it's great control, but not the right angles. I think they're being able to at least control the ball a lot better. But again, it's the boost. We talk about this so much. You saw there just nothing to really work with. I think they were just hoping for a slow roller to somehow find its way in, and this might be it. It is, and no, that's also a bit of an own goal there, I believe.
Maybe slightly. Hockey had to make a play. I'm giving that all to Jay Hart, though. I don't want to take anything away from Jay Hart on that. Some great moves, able to sneak it around 2 defenders to drive that one home. That's exactly what Purdue needed here as they're staring down the barrel of match point. Goldfish immediately going on the attack again, and I like this aggression.
Yeah, I do too. This is what they need more of. It works. Northwood, they split apart. They are not able to get the goal line defense that they want, and it's definitely one of that's the biggest thing. You've got yourself still alive in this game, in this series. Like you said, this is match point. If he loses this, it's all over for them here. They go to 1-2, which again, there's a lot of weeks left, but that's not where you want to be right now. You want to have a much better start to your season, and do that demo might have just stopped the goal from going through.
Oh my, it certainly did. And a little bit of a missed touch. Hockey trying to just take a 1v3 into the skies right there, but runs out of boost, can't quite fly the flip reset. And out the ball comes. Clock 35 left on the clock. Northwood went to close this out, and yet another clean 3. Oh, Hockey's going to add 1 to the board. Increase that lead to 2 as their 4th on the day.
Might not be a 3-0 in the scoreline right now, but a 3-0 is looking like it's on the cards in this series. Another great goal there from the heavens. And one thing I always talk about is, the good from the great teams, especially in collegiate, is the aerial plays they're going for. Once you take to this, guys, when you feel comfortable going for those big flip reset plays, that's when you know really how talented a squad can be. And Northwood seems to live there. Can they get another one? They do. Yeah, I think that might be the nail in the coffin right there, Bull Skunk.
Hockey with the hat trick and the great follow-up play, just able to clean up the trash on that one. Look at the positioning. Was all they had to do was just jump with a slight rotate. The positioning was perfect to catch that ball coming in off the post. Knew how to cover that slight margin of error and eliminate that to where it's 3-1 lead. Hockey with a hat trick here in game 3.
Hat trick, 3-goal lead. I mean, it's not impossible for Purdue, but they got to get something going. They got to show us that fight that we saw earlier. They got to play on the attack, and right now they're finding themselves on the defense. Not where you want to be right now with this scoreline.
I mean, as you were saying that, you see all 3 orange cars just huddled up inside the orange box. They're just getting absolutely strangled out of any kind of pitch to work with. Goldfish is going to make a save on that one, but Every second that clock ticks, it is working against Purdue right now. They've left their goal wide open. Buddy just driving it around. I think may have had an opportunity there. Just looking for possession at this point to drive down that clock.
Yeah, I think they're just running out the clock, and a lot of the time, Rocket League, you just score, you just make the game go longer. With the replay, and I think they know they've got this in hand. No reason to run it up any more than they need to. There was a great opportunity also for Purdue, just a little bit mistimed. You saw the team play. They tried to leave it off for someone, but immediately was stolen back. Therefore, that second game, it was looking a little bit dicey, but overall, this has been a very, very nice series. Defending champions, new roster. They take another 3-0 here to go up 3-0 on the season.
And despite having that new roster, Northwood looking as scary as ever. And maintain their undefeated streak, maintain that first place. Well, tied for first place with the two teams we're going to see here in a little bit. If I'm anybody else in Midwest 5, I'm not taking this squad lightly, not in the slightest, despite nobody from that championship roster returning to start this season.
Yeah, I mean, these were all subs previously, and I'm sure even when you're a sub, you're getting those scrim hours, and you're getting to play against the main squad probably as your main scrimmage partner. And you can see, like, this is a very, very good team. There's a reason why there are players that have Rocket League Wikipedia pages. They don't just give those out to everybody. Trust me. I've tried getting my own. It's very difficult. So this is a very talented squad. Maybe it's not the same people. I mean, we talk about some of the members from the previous squad. They're in RLCS now. So if that's, where the previous squad is, who knows where this one could be a year from now as well. But for now, all eyes are on this NACE Starleague Championship, and they're already off to a great start, and they're going to be very happy knowing that one of their competitors is not going to be undefeated after this next series we're going to have upcoming. But I think turning to Purdue, there were a lot of good things, especially in that second game, that they weren't shut out in the third game either. It's really that first game I'm looking back on and thinking, man, if you'd just been able to maybe get a little bit of momentum going on early, that could have been what turned the tide and let you get at least one, maybe even two, force it to game 5 in this series.
Yep, just a little bit stronger start. Come out of the gate with a little bit more aggression. And we could be looking at a different squad. We could be heading to game 4 right now. But alas, it's Northwood with their second 3-0 in a row. I haven't dropped the game yet. And I'm looking forward to getting to talk with them, see who our LLS hero of the game might be. LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Tobin. Okay. Well, when Tobin was 3.5, his nagging arm and leg pain and regular fevers were not chalked up as blood cancer symptoms. It wasn't until his 4th year checkup that Tobin's doctor referred the family to a specialist. Tobin and his family would soon walk into a cancer center and have everything in their lives change. Many tests and days later, it was confirmed that Tobin had leukemia and began their new reality. The medications, new side effects, new schedules, in and out of hospitals and clinics. Rearranging the family home and work schedules every day was a marathon. For Tobin, his parents, 2 brothers, this was an intense and scary time. But having LLS in their corner to help their family connect with the blood cancer community and witness survival stories helped tremendously. They stayed focused and present, fought the war, and won. Tobin crossed the 2-year cancer-free mark back in December. He's now 9 years old. Look at that cute face on your screen right now. Loves to game, with Minecraft, Battlefront, and Fortnite being his favorites. Aspires to be a YouTuber when he grows up. Alongside Hero Tobin, we recognize the LLS hero of the game, who represents the player that made the biggest impact. Unfortunately, we don't have an interview, but I'm going to give that hero of the game to Hockey, coming out with 5 goals on the day.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was my first thought as well. Style points included. I was a little bit like, hey, maybe don't show off as much, especially in that second game, but absolutely was the striker here in this matchup. Looked absolutely phenomenal. Not only on attack, had some very nice goals, but also on defense, was able to get back in time, able to get some takeaways. Overall, just a very strong performance.
Absolute star, both sides of the pitch, and that's game 1 in the books from our Midwest 5 conference. We're going to head back to that conference. When we return from our break, it is Southeast Missouri State University taking on Illinois State U. We'll see you back here in a few with more Rocket League. It is time to head into our second match of the day here for NACE Week 3 Star League for Spring 22. Is Jeff and Jai returning at you, and we've got Southeast Missouri State taking on Illinois State University.
And if you'd missed the last matchup, it was a great one. Northwood was able to defeat Purdue University Fort Wayne 3-0. It was, I would say, a slightly closer affair than expected. The first and third game, very one-sided. That second game came down to one goal in overtime, but I'm sure Northwood, they'll be watching this matchup because the two going at it here are in the same conference. So all four are in the same conference, but specifically these two teams coming in undefeated as well. So something's got to give here. One of these teams is going to take a loss.
Which means we will only have two teams left tied for that precious first place slot. As we take a look at our rosters, we hit in the pitch today. Crack Kyle, EMS, and Applin, we're going with there for Southeast Missouri State. Sweet Coyote, C. Petty, and Flash for ISU.
The one thing to note about these two records, yes, they are both undefeated teams. The way that they got here, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, very different. Southeast Missouri State actually played against Purdue, and that went to 5 maps. They were able to get that 3-2 victory, but their second match also was Game 5. So they've been going the full distance the entirety of NACE so far. Illinois State, the Redbirds, very different experience. So far, 2 3-0s back-to-back. So I guess the question is here, will Illinois State, they have the better, I guess, a game overall record, but that could also be a strength of schedule thing. Does it necessarily make them the better team coming into this?
Not necessarily. This is going to be one to keep an eye on to prove that point. See who's got the better, the Red Hawks or the Redbirds. I like how similar our logos on. I feel like this is two top birds going at it. See who's going to remain in the roost undefeated.
Yeah, one's going to be a predator, one is going to be prey. And I think the biggest thing I'm looking at for Redbirds, they haven't had to go to that, an extra game yet. So if they do get to that stage, are they able to cluster? Are they able to stay in line? Meanwhile, for Missouri, I'm thinking, can they just avoid it? Like, can they avoid going to that Game 5? Can they just win it cleanly? Those are going to be the keys to the game, in my opinion, early on. But we're going to have to see what gives here as we are having kickoff and is underway.
But in the classic line, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face, right? So Illinois State take a blow. Can they recover? Can they stabilize and continue forward with their game plan? I think that's an absolutely fantastic point for us to remember as we head into this second series. Right out of the gate, we're just hanging out in the blue half. Illinois State have some control. Haven't really been able to put much on goal yet. And it's going to be the clear there for Southeast Missouri State. Kyle going up for it. Nice 50 from the defense. At least sends it wide, not allowed to go off the backboard. Ooh, C. Petty with it. Just a little move, able to muscle it back down. Try to get things started as both these teams just kind of fill each other out here in game 1. Doesn't look like either getting hyper aggressive right out of the gate in this opening minute.
I don't think either they want to take too many risks, leave their net wide open. You do see that they're where it seems to be currently, but no one really having that solidified shot on goal yet. I mean, it's gone. Yeah, no one's really had that chance. That could have been one if C. Petty wasn't there coming off from the top, but other than that, it's been pretty clean defense from both sides.
What a tough angle for C. Petty. It was a great save. Flash back in the other direction. Ball bounces precariously, and C. Petty making waves on both sides of the pitch in front of both goals. This one hitting our first goal of the series. Illinois State taking the 1-0 lead. C. Petty just seizing a golden opportunity.
Did you see that rotation that came in as well? That was really well played. There was one car, I believe it was Flash, that just ran through the goal line, probably caught them off guard. I'm like, hey, do we follow this person? Like, where do we go? Where's the ball? This kind of movements that can be a distraction. Left that goal pretty wide open for Illinois State to finally strike here. It's only one goal, though. Still 3.5 minutes left. See if the Red Hawks can get one back.
One of my favorite parts of Rocket League, those mind games, the mental gymnastics necessary. And Southeast doing some acrobatics of their own. Southeast Missouri State tied things up, answering right back, and that's how you do it.
Oh,
look at that shot. Look at that shot.
Yeah, that was great timing, and unfortunately not a great save attempt from Illinois State. Talked about this in the last series. Sometimes you got to pre-jump it. You're hoping that you can meet it right there as it gets shot, but instead you jump right over the ball, perfect angle. And also, great job keeping that ball in. It looks like they were trying to clear it out inside Illinois, but Southeast Missouri said, "Nuh-uh, we're keeping it on your side. We're not letting it go." And they did answer back very, very quickly. It's essentially a 0-0 game as we're tied up 1-1.
But you got to take that momentum into account. Got to take those line games into account in this tie game. Because there's been a bit of a back and forth here in our first half as we're approaching that halfway mark. Halfway over the top, looking for another one off the backboard. Can't quite find the pinch. Both players from Southeast Missouri State, the back two, were sitting behind midfield lines. Zero help up front, and Zero helping back. C. Petty comes in and gets their second.
The way that Flash is playing this reminds me of an enforcer in hockey. Flash doesn't even try to go near the ball, just immediately goes way ahead, just goes for the bump onto MZ, keeps them inside of their own goal, but not in an angle they can even try to contest that. Again, it's another really nice play set up by Flash. Might not be getting the goal credit, but boy, are they playing a very impressive game.
What a great eye, Jack, because that mark onto MZ that completely put them out of position. Going up, see if they can find a second. Looking for a little bit fancy off the ceiling there, off the wall, and it ends up going wide, and now the team's battling for the corner. Illinois State able to grab that quarter boost. Southeast Missouri have to retreat back to their own end, try to stop this counterattack. Able to do so. Kyle driving back down midfield. Good 50 from C. Petty, and he goes right back over to Flash. Flash is heading into the corner. Got a one-on-one to beat. Able to win it out. Pass it to the center. Merge can't get to it in time, and the save is there.
Great setup, but unfortunately for them, Southeast Missouri, they're too quick on the draw. They knew it was coming. They're able to get back just in the nick of time. They're able to prevent that lead from being extended, but now they got to be careful here. You saw they're just playing a little bit too far forward. You always want to have someone a little bit further back. That way they can always rotate. Worst comes to worst. Well, and the ball's still on your side of the field. Minute and a half left. This is not the worst of the worst, but it's getting there.
Corner. Able to pick that one up. Good shot. Good goal. Flash. Increasing that lead again. Just like that, Blake, and you miss it. And Merge is able to beat two coming out of the corner. Nobody in goal.
Did you see what happened? It bounced off the back of Kyle's car. That is, we talked about unlucky bumps, unlucky touches. That is just, how can you prepare for that? It's like they just passed off of themselves to their opponent. That is a very unlucky, and Flash continues to extend this great game they had. That time, I feel like it was more luck than anything else. Perfect place, perfect time, but luck, who cares, does not scale. You're still getting ahead, you're extending that lead, and now you're 2 up with a minute left.
Well, luck favors the prepared, Jag, and ISU were in a great position for that lucky bounce, and good reaction time to capitalize on it, put it on goal. Certainly not taking anything away from them on the response. 2 in net, so the pass goes all the way over, back in the other corner, try to spread out this defense, but it's MZ who's able to take down EMS, exclamation point, able to take it all the way down. Do I have to shout his name now? Is it their name? Is it EMS! Anyway, sorry, I got excited. Southeast Missouri State, not as excited right now. ISU are the ones with this lead with 20 seconds remaining.
I think that's the proper way to say it. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be that excited about how this first game went. With only about 10 seconds left, even if you do get a goal here. At this point, you're just hoping you get something off the kickoff. Very unlikely, and well, it looks like the Redbirds will be flying high, at least for this first game of the series. But this does seem a lot closer in the early going than the previous series, which I think is a good thing for both sides, because this kind of shows like these are 2 of the top teams in this Midwest 5 conference. And I mean, you want to show your stuff. You want to show what you got, especially knowing that Northwood is going to be waiting for you eventually.
And knowing that Northwood are watching this game like a hawk, absolutely eyeballing this to see the team styles. I mean, not just who wins, but how Northwood is going to approach these teams when they eventually do have to face off. Because it seems like that's going to be a battle. I mean, if Legends tell us anything, it's going to be a battle for these top seeds between one of these 2 teams. So they no doubt have their eye on this. ISU, I mean, strong start, but not overwhelmingly so. We're looking at 4 and 5 in shots, which is a decent indicator on possession and how much they were able to convert that into opportunity.
A big part of that was Flash. I think if you're Southeast Missouri State, you got to just mark them as they've been marking you. Try to use your demos wisely on them, especially when you see them just running at you and they don't have the ball in hand. You're going to know exactly what their plan is. Just try to put someone out of position, try to bump them away from the goal or into it that they can't get out. That's what you got to do if you're Southeast Missouri. And also, like, you just got to convert more. Maybe try to have an enforcer of your own. And I mean, that's a good way to start, trying to get a demo early.
Flash able to work the pass too. When able to at least find a little bit of breathing room, but right back into the corner it goes. ISU doing a great job of protecting the midfield line right now. They are setting up shop in the blue half, and that's converting into shots, giving them opportunities. Can't let them keep doing this. Applin doing that. Great pass off the backboard. Better save from C. Petty, but the ball's right out in front, and Applin follows up. It is South Missouri State who strike first in game 2.
And it's really interesting. They had the members there. Oh, it's just a little bit of an overcommitment. They bump each other into the corner merge. Going a little bit too close there to their partner in crime, C. Petty, and oh, that is a very unfortunate turn of events. Seen a few mistakes like that from ISU. It hasn't been a perfect game. Now they're going to be down, at least for the time being, 1-0.
Yeah, a little bit early on that save as well. Kind of jumped the gun to the ball, bounced into a terrible position, easy rebound. Again, great positioning from Applin there to follow up, never giving up on that play. Giving up on their squad, knowing they can make stuff happen. And this has been quite the turnaround. It is a lot of control. Kyle not able to get to it. Good read coming out of ISU. And looking for one in transition now as the ball goes all the way back deep to the other side. UMass is going to get stolen away with a double quick from ISU into the corners. They still fight for this, trying to work it out into the middle. But no, they're going to have to fall back to the midfield line and reset this attack. Flash pushing up into the corner.
And I wonder now if we'll see a more aggressive ISU. I mean, they definitely found their shots. They definitely hit their marks. But it seems like it was more just opportunity than anything else previously. It wasn't necessarily them setting in and being super aggressive. It was more just waiting back, trying to pass, and then finding the opening. Like, this could be an opening. It's not going to be one. So far, not so much. They've kind of been running the same strategy. Now they find themselves down a person in their own half. Looks like they'll get it out. But when do we see that aggression? When do we see them commit to the, all attack? Maybe not quite yet. It's only a 1-goal differential, but time's a tick. We're almost way to the halfway point.
I have a feeling all three of these games are going to be close. Speaking of close, oh my, that shot from Kyle bounces off the ground, off the top bar, and now ISU looking to do something with it. Applin, though, other plans. Going to get in, though. Runs out of boost and can't beat C. Petty to the goal. C. Petty keeping Illinois State in this thing as we cross the halfway mark.
That was insane. The fact that they didn't go in just bounces right off the crossbar, right at the bottom of the crossbar, and bounces its way out. That is one of the most unlucky non-goals I have seen in quite a while, but you got to pick yourselves up and say, hey, maybe we didn't get that one, but we're still in possession. We still are able to get a lot of shots on goal. Just get steals like that.
Yeah, that was a great challenge from EMS. C. Petty was wide open in the middle, but alas, it was back into the other side. Going to force it down. Look at meet one. Up above the net. Flash comes up with a great steal. Crack Kyle's a little too patient on that one. Gave time for the defense to interrupt that play.
Yeah, patience. That's going to kind of be the name of the game for ISU, but you can't play too patient right now because you're down one, and you might be down two. Oh, the shot! No! That is so unlucky. I have no idea how this isn't a 3-0 game, but it's still 1-0. ISU probably very happy about that, but they still haven't been able to do anything with even with the fact that they haven't had those goals on them.
Oh my goodness, you can hear the death slam from here, and I'm all the way down in Texas, and I can hear that death slam out of Crack Kyle, knowing that was just an easy gimme goal. You don't get those, but once a series at best, and Kyle just sends it wide, and that would have been the nail. Instead, it's Illinois State who are putting pressure on, looking for the tying goal. We crossed the 1-minute mark, and it's a big booming clear from Southeast Missouri State. Nice pass! Great save out of Flash.
That's 3 goals now. 3 goals. They could have just ended this. None of them going through. Super unlucky. You still got time. You got to kill. That's the biggest thing right now. If you're Southeast, you don't have to worry about scoring again. You just really have to play, keep away, get possession. Maybe get another one there. You don't. That's 4 now that have been on target or near target, haven't found their footing, and that's the worry. You saw that right there. There was almost just a counter tackle. Immediately could have gone coast to coast. That's what you're trying to avoid right now for Southeast Missouri.
They're doing a good job at midfield line denying that coast-to-coast play, though. And Illinois State quickly running out of room, running out of time. There's Flash going up, and it's a 1v2. Can't push it towards the net. One last opportunity. No way! The 0-second goal from Merge and Illinois State have tied things up, sending us into OT for game 2. Now the Southeast Missouri State are really slimming their desks here, Jack.
And that touch that came out, I think that might have been kind of a bump onto each other from Southeast. It looks like 2 of their players went up, and then there was only 1 Illinois State. Not even sure if the Illinois State player got a hold of it. And I don't know. This is like a series of misfortunate events right now. Especially if that goal would be shot right there and went in. You're still alive right now if you're Southeast, but there's so many goals that could have been. They weren't, and then losing it right at the last second. Oh, this is, I mean, if they lose this, it's going to be a heartbreaker.
And you can't help but wonder if that's going to get in the mental. That's going to, disrupt them, maybe get them a little aggressive and make mistakes that they wouldn't normally make. That in the back of their mind. Look for the double tap. Ball is out. That one's going to go high. Illinois State weren't in a position to make that save. Over with a good touch. Sends it over to the corner for Kyle. Kyle looking for the bounce off the wall, but Flash is able to get in there and intercept the pass. Big booming shot all the way down. C. Petty had a look, but surrounded by defenders. Now Flash suffering a similar fate, and that one gets harmlessly pushed aside. Over the top! Ooh, an opportunity missed there from ISU. And now they have got to rush back to the defense.
Yeah, EMS, bigger look, but no follow-up there, and a good play from Flash. It feels like we're just kind of settling into this point of the game where it's a little bit more frantic. Both teams are kind of just running down the field, not even worrying about setting up in the zone, just trying to take that first shot, hoping that maybe there will be enough of an opening where they can just make it through. That is, oh, that's interesting.
Oh.
I'm not sure if anyone broke that up. That might be a very big Rule 1 that was just broken.
Yeah, I don't know. Were they attached long enough for it to count as a rule? I guess he kind of instantaneous. But anyway, I get distracted. Flash off the side post there. Grabbing that boost, sees EMS charging him down. Tried to beat Kyle, but Kyle was too quick for it, and then it goes into the orange corner. Pushing back down, Southeast Missouri State did not chase that ball. They were content to sit the midfield line and just wait defensively, as both teams just kind of seem to be waiting for the other to make a mistake. Neither one wants to be the person, wants to be the team that makes that fatal mistake in game 2. Merge. Gets some aggression down. Applet doesn't get the touch on the ball, but does manage to push the player off of it enough to where Southeast Missouri State can come in and try to make something happen. Going into the corner, Merge gets beat. It's safe from Flash. They got to come out of goal to get that ball.
2 minutes gone, 2.5 minutes actually now at this point. Still no golden goal quite yet. Seems like these game 2s just seem to be always going to overtime. I don't know if we'll see a third one today. We'll see it when we get there. But it's the same play I was mentioning before, just much more frantic, much more sporadic. You did see one setup actually that was really nice on the side of Southeast Missouri. They tried to get one over the top. Couldn't get it done though, just a little bit of a mistiming. I don't think that ball was of enough power and it was intercepted instead. And it just continues until something gives, and something does have to give eventually. This could be one off the corner. No follow-up. Nothing else there. Both, I mean, at some point there is going to be a little bit of an endurance factor, right? You're going to kind of just, it's only a few minutes, but there it is! No! That is not how you want this game to end. Southeast Missouri State heartbreak has set. As you see 2 go for the defense, they completely go opposite directions. Empty net left open. They try to reconvene, but it's not enough time. Illinois State go up 2-0.
And that was absolutely an endurance race, with ISU able to maintain their composure throughout that lengthy overtime phase, keep their mental solid, to focus right where it needed to be, and it results in a game 2 win, putting them on match point. Those goals coming from separate players in that one.
I mean, look at the shots. I mean, so even. It's a 1-shot differential between these 2 squads, and ISU has 1 more shot, and at the end, 1 more goal. That's all it took. I thought, honestly, that Southeast Missouri might have the endurance factor, considering that they have gone to so many game 5s, and this was essentially 3/5 of another game, so that they're used to that extra play time. But their defense, it was just a little bit too scattered at the very end. You saw again the double commitment that absolutely destroys you in a scenario like that when you're being breathed down on. And well, now this is their final shot here to try to find a reverse sweep.
Oh no, and Merge is just going to get one right off kickoff. Oh my goodness. If Southeast weren't distracted and frustrated enough, it's Emerge with the late touch turnaround, and nobody in position. 3-second goal in game 3.
If I wanted a getaway driver, Merge might be my person after that. That turn was so well timed. Stopped themselves, didn't slow down just enough to make that corner and avoid it. This could be an answer back very early on.
I have to go back to those missed goals in game 2 and whether that got in the back of the head of Southeast Missouri State and kind of haunted their play a little bit, because now you've got to reset. You've got to put that behind you, focus forward, moving forward, and settle back down and play your game. Otherwise, this might look like a Southeast Missouri State that's frantic and scrambling to keep up for the entirety of game 3, which is going to automatically put them at a huge disadvantage. Brett Kyle looking for some retention here on the attack. Looks like they'll get it. Beautifully done. Off the roof.
Looks like we might have lost goals again for the moment. It was just a really nice play. It's kind of a reverse fortune there. They were able to avoid what looks like a sure goal for Illinois State. Illinois State, they had the demo, so it was a 3v2. They had a pretty open net. They had 2 people on it. Weren't able to make the shot, though, that was on target. Because of that, weren't able to secure a goal. It's a nice counterattack. They bring it all the way back down the field. Crack Kai was able to avoid the initial contest, able to, it wasn't really a 50 because there wasn't any contact, but able to avoid a 50 scenario and just run it all the way down. This could be another one, and Merge
oh my goodness,
gets another one. Yeah, immediately answers back. It just seems like, the floodgates have opened. This could be a very high-scoring affair.
What? I was gone for like 10 seconds. I come back and it's 2-1. What the heck happened, Jack?
It seems like the gloves are off. We saw very good defense in the second match. Here, it's going to be all attack all the time. Southeast, they're just fighting to stay alive in this. Illinois State, they want to put this away. They want to put that Fed to rest.
Merge with a pair of goals already. Looking for a third. Not going to happen on that one. All into the quarter. See Petty with a bad read, and the ball goes all the way to the orange half. Merge has to scream across to find that save. Illinois State with the lead at the moment. Going into the orange corner. Krakowski's going to sit back. Nice chase of the ball. I just thought I got a little too far. Sat forward, rather, should I say. Back pass. What happened? Apple's going to force it all the way down to the corner. Illinois State not letting anything unfold before him, at least not yet. Look at the positioning. It's just spread out all over. Able to get to the ball very quickly, and they're not allowing Southeast Missouri to get any kind of attack.
Yeah, I think they realize, hey, we are playing really good attack right now, but we're also leaving ourselves very vulnerable. So let's leave one back. Try to make sure that something like this can't happen where someone just gets all the way through and there is someone there who's going to be able to clean it up, it looks like. Because before, it was just everyone was on or past the halfway line, if not on it. Now you see they're playing more of a full game, which is good because they had done that previously. Probably wouldn't have given up the goal they did. Unfortunately for them, it's not going to just go all the way in there. But they realize, hey, this lead could be enough. We just play safe. We don't have to play as crazy as we were before, as frantically as we were before, because we are leading not only in this game, in this series,
Kyle!
but there.
Holy
Yeah,
Kyle! What was that? Able to beat all 3 players and work their way all the way down the pitch with just some fantastic footwork, tire work in this case. That was just immaculate. It was EMS who got the goal. It was Kyle who broke the ankles of every player on ISU.
Yeah, I was going to say, whatever the equivalent of breaking ankles is on a car, that's exactly what they just did. Breaking axles, yeah, I like that. And also getting a really nice bump. So doing they don't get the goal at the end of the day, but they did so much work there to get this even.
Midfield line, C. Petty has nothing to work with, just no resources whatsoever, just trying to muscle forward, trying to open things up in this very even game 3. Southeast Missouri State looking to fend off the 3-0 sweep, have some momentum at their back, but have lost possession of the ball temporarily. Moving clear. Oh, an opportunity denied. Krakau approaches the attacker. Great read from the defense.
Yeah, that was a great read, great setup, but eventually it is stopped. I think that as this match continues to go on, Southeast Missouri State, they are adapting, they're seeing these setups, and they are stopping them in their tracks. They're not letting them get past the initial pass. And it's just really what you need right now, because you let something in, it's over, but instead you get a goal yourself, and the defense from Illinois State, what happened there?
It was a big miss there, and then a big miss there as well. Merch ends up too close to the line. when able to just drift right past that patience, waited for that far post opportunity, and found the open door. Southeast Missouri State have scored 2 in a row here, 2 unanswered to take the lead as we've crossed the 75-second mark, and they're continuing to put pressure down. ISU seemed to go in a more defensive posture when they had the lead, and they have not come out of that defensive posture yet. And even with their passivity, they're still giving up goals.
Yeah, at this point, that's when you realize, all right, so the initial strategy of let's try to play a bit more defensively is now not working after playing very aggressively early on. Let's go back to the aggression. They must feel pretty confident knowing what they did before, getting a tie goal in the last regulation or last second of regulation when it just, you know, hang in there until it actually hits the ground. That's how they were able to win the second game. That gave them enough to get that overtime goal eventually because they were able to actually get to overtime. So there's still 30 seconds on the clock, still plenty of time for another overtime scenario, but that right there, that might be it.
Yeah, not an EMS has anything to say about it. It was Adlin with this awesome dribble, carrying it all the way down the pitch. And then the rebound wide open. EMS in a perfect spot. Illinois State might be facing their first game loss of the season.
Looks like it, unless they can get 2 goals in the next 30-ish seconds. It looks like they're looking for the demo. The goal, right off the side. Deflection, doesn't get it. Oh, it feels like the unluckiness curse is now shifted.
They have Black Cats walking across ISU at the moment. That was a perfect chance. We've seen them do the 0-second goal already back in game 1. They're not able to get even close getting that one in. Or at least to have the opportunity. Southeast Missouri State take game 3. They get the goose egg off the board in the win column. And, well, now they just need to string together a couple more.
Look at the shot differential here. Honestly, it's not nearly as big as I thought. It's won once more. This time it is going to be the way of Missouri State. They are able to get 1 more shot, but 2 more goals, which I think really tells you that, like, you know, both teams, they're keeping it pretty close on offense, but the aggression that we saw from Southeast Missouri State this time around, much more. And they kept it consistent throughout the entire contest. Illinois State, they started really strong, really fast, and then they just tried to sit on it. And you can't sit on a lead if you don't have a lead. That's just impossible. So here we are now, our first game 4 of the day.
Yeah, and just to show you how close the series truly been, every single game has been a 1-shot difference. 2 of those going in favor of Southeast Missouri State, but only the last one did they get the dub.
Every game where you're shooting more, every game that you're shooting more, that's what you're just winning. That's the stats so far.
Perhaps. Game 1 did go the other way. As ISU only had 4 shots. They had 4. C. Petty starting off strong here in game number 4. Give the early lead once again going to ISU. Show me this replay. It looks like just kind of a botched defense. The defense was just very late getting back in front of that ball.
Yeah, and we've seen this a few times where they've split the goal. Like, you know, there are defenders there. It's not like it's a completely open net. Oh, Merge, you're gonna do it again! No, you're not!
Krakow grew wise to their ways. Their kickoff approach. Nice save. Way to keep Southeast Missouri State in this. Good job, Krakow. I think they've earned some redemption after that a bit of a blunder there in game 1.
Fool me once, shame on you, right? Fool me twice, shame on me. That time would not be fooled twice. And it's interesting also because they actually went for a demo there, so they committed a little bit of utility on the side of Illinois State. Still could not get that second goal, and man, they had a 2-0 lead last time, still could not get that game 3 underway. And oh, they're gonna get one back. No, they're not.
Allen just shoot 2 out of their seats, and still their band's able to come up and make that big save. See Petty trying to set something up here on the other end, but not a whole lot of follow-up. ISU does seem to be a little more passive here just since they had the lead in game 3. I'm not sure they've ever really put that aggression back on. I don't know if this is an intentional adjustment to try to get control. It's kind of what it looks like to me, but they seem very hesitant to send 2 people up at any given time.
You know, and that there, I mean, like, a little risky. Like, their defense feels very aggressive when they do, like, try to contest, and it usually leaves them open. Like, there you see, you're throwing 2 bodies right onto it, and you do eventually get a bit of a clear. But I mean, if you miss one of them, or you miss both of them, excuse me, then that's going to be just a 3-on-1 potential. So I think they're trying to maybe play a little bit more safe, and trying to not make those kind of misplays that could potentially lead to an open net. But it's also meaning that they can't, get another goal. They can't get a big lead. Right now, it's just 1-0. One more goal is back at them. It's back to even footing. And like you said, momentum can be killer. The team that scores last probably is feeling the best about scoring again.
Defense of South Missouri State. Trying to tie things up. Push into the corner. A little 1v2 scenario, and some help shows up as merges there. Chasing Eplin back into the corner. Eplin finally able to find their angle, put on the brakes to both the ball and the attack. ISU forced it back down. Crack Kyle going up this time. Is ISU still not really putting together anything solid in the blue half? They get these booming clears and might get a touch into the corner, but haven't been able to put it into the box in quite a minute. There's one there, but it's off of an end-to-end shot. A demo might give them a momentary opportunity, and the ball goes off the post again. Coming in looking for the rebound, but no. EMS is right there on the defense.
Man. Whoever is in charge of luck right now, they are just turning the rating all the way down for both of these teams. Both have had shots that it seems like there was no way they wouldn't go in, and yet here we are. That is a no goal. It is not good. Illinois State, that was their best looking opportunity to maybe double that lead, but here, just the same old 1-0. They have been holding on for quite a while, but this could be a repeat of what we saw previously. This time with Southeast Missouri State, maybe able to even things up just before they end another overtime period. Who knows? This one could end in really any fashion of how this scoreline looks so far.
Seconds to the left. Missouri State desperately wanted to send us to that game 5. Neither team has lost yet this season. Illinois State have just lost their first game back in game 3 and are on track to lose another one unless they can piece something together here in this 45 seconds. Good pressure there. C. Petty looking for it. C. Petty is going to increase that lead to 2. And it's Illinois State who are looking definitive in this last minute.
Looking like they could put it away. Looking like they could finish up this series. Yeah, like you said, they lost one game, but doesn't matter too much, especially when Southeast Missouri, they look like a really good team. So having a win, regardless of the game score, you're going to be very happy that staying undefeated, knowing that it's you and Northwood at the top. It feels good, man, but you still gotta have a defense as these last 30 seconds tick down.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. If ISU gets an open goal here, I really can't blame Southeast Missouri State for it, because this is that desperation time where you just go full send, right? Like you're on match point, you're down 2 under the 30-second mark, like just all out aggression. Everybody go forward. Even then, ISU isn't even letting it into the orange half. They've maintained control here for the rest of the entirety of this game. For the defensive posturing seems to have paid off in the end. They will take the series 3-1.
Yeah, and I agree with you completely. At that point, if you are going to be the team that's losing the situation, if you are going to be Southeast Missouri State, you might as well just go for it, right? Because there's nothing to lose. It doesn't matter if you get scored on again. At that point, it's over because you just have nothing on the board yourself. And it's really just unfortunate. If that game 2 went differently, I think this would be a 2-2 series right now. I think there were so many opportunities where we could have seen them win that one out pretty cleanly, win the next one, and then here we are sitting on a game 5. But that's not the universe we're living in. I'm certain, and there's some parallel universe that's what happened, and they are going on to that another 5 game series. But luck, it's sometimes it's just not yours, and when you don't have that on your side, you have to still execute. You still got to find a way to score. They didn't follow up enough, and I think sometimes players just assume it's going to go in, and when it doesn't, they don't have the rebound set up ready to go.
And that goes back to that luck favoring the prepared, not prepared to follow up on those shots. But that also brings up another interesting point on momentum. Momentum is such a factor, and mental is such a factor in Rocket League. And that overtime setup, that overtime victory from ISU that was set up by a 0-second goal to send us into that OT. I mean, it was Southeast Missouri State with the lead the entire time, and then when they think they've got it cinched up in the bag, the ball. I mean, it was It was a frame or two from hitting ground, and ISU was able to bounce it into the corner to set up that golden goal. I mean, they were millimeters away from winning that game too, which would have put them tied in the series. The momentum, the wins shift entirely the other direction. It definitely came down to that one defining moment.
And again, it's not only just like luck not going their way; it's also a misplay because they
Yeah.
helped keep that ball alive. They went up for it, and I'm sure they were just trying to clear it out, trying to let it hit the ground, or at least get it out of their own zone. Instead, it goes straight to like the side. It goes basically towards the wall, and then you see immediately, Illinois State, they're making a beeline for it, and from there, it's just the perfect pass play to set up a very clean equalizer. They did not lead in that game until they won it. That's one thing about it. Never led during regulation, only won with one goal. I mean, that's a pretty crazy thing to think about. And it's not just like the not scoring as we talked about. It's just that last second defense looks so good, looks so well paced on their defense. And that last second, it just falls apart.
I mean, nothing terribly flashy from ISU. I mean, it was just fundamentals and a very very defensive setup. We weren't seeing a whole lot of aerial. We weren't seeing big aerial passes with super flashy plays. It was straight fundamentals from them.
And also, I think also the play style was really different. I mean, that first game, it was kind of like that enforcer role that we saw from Flash, just kind of running in, getting those bumps, just completely dislocating people or just zoning them out. That was not what we saw from the next three games. We saw a much more, like you said, defensive-sided ISU. They kind of just played in their own zone. They played more for counterattack. Once they saw an opening, that's when they went for it. And they kind of found themselves also at a disadvantage where they had at least 2 or 3 shots I can think of where it was like, how did that not go in? But despite that, they were still able to, I think, play solid enough defense where they did not give up their lead. They were able to get ahead enough, especially in that last game 4, where that 2-0 lead was enough to, sustain them throughout the last minute. And, once it's down to that final 10 seconds, it's kind of over. Even if they did get a goal, at that point, you're just relying on kickoff. And that's never going to be, the most reliable way to even up the score.
I mean, not unless you're Merge, right? Like that's
it's true.
We Merge getting a 3-second goal there, but hey, that's okay. That's okay. It's. I was worried. I was worried the defensive posturing wasn't going to work. Like it started to look like it was falling apart. ISU lose game 3. They never really changed their strategy after that. They seemed to maintain that play style despite eating the loss. And it had me worried. It had me concerned for game 4, but they're able to totally shut out Southeast Missouri State. So, hey, I stick my foot in my mouth a little bit on that one, and then a little, sigh of relief coming out of ISU.
And sometimes, I think there's a lot of ideas of, oh, like, why didn't they play like this? Why didn't they play like that? If you have something practiced that you're already like ready to go with, I've talked to a lot of esports coaches, and it's essentially like we would rather run what we know and lose with it than potentially risk trying something new and losing even worse with it. There's an argument to be made, like, maybe you should try switching things up, especially if you're already, kind of losing or, who knows. But here it seems like they had at least some sort of semblance of a game like, hey, we're going to just try to play more defensive in this series. And while I'm sure they'd want that game 2 back, or game 3 back, excuse me, where they ended up losing a pretty nice lead that they sat on and then losing in double digits. I mean, or double the goals. They lost 4-2 in that one. Other than that, I mean, it worked and it was pretty good.
Well, we're going to get set up for a bit of an interview here in a moment. Before we do that, we're going to take a short break. Oh, we had to throw an audible. Unfortunately, we did not have an interview. I love talking to the players, Jag. I miss not getting to talk to the players.
Maybe one day.
One day. We're still holding out for it. So we're just going to go ahead and get it set up for our third series of the day. We're going to take a quick intermission. We'll see you on the other side with our third match. I appreciate your patience, friends. Hope you're all hydrated and ready to go because we've got another awesome match coming at you.
Yeah, it's our last one of the night, Camden Community College versus University of New Haven. And, we've been looking at the Midwest for quite a while. We're moving now to the Northeast region. But before we get into this game, I think we got a little something to talk about.
We do indeed. It's going to be our friends over at Corsair. Corsair is a leading global developer and manufacturer of high performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. From award winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone from casual gamers to committed professionals to perform at their best.
And now we can get back to the action, but thank you so much, Corsair, for that sponsorship.
Smart ambient lighting. That sounds awesome. Sorry for the interruption. Smart ambient lighting. Like that's,
I actually have a mouse pad from Corsair and it has like LED around it, RGB lights, so it is pretty nice. So I gotta admit, yeah, I can't lie about that. But going into this matchup, it was a gift from my girlfriend. Thank you to her. Anyway, Camden Community College coming in at 1-1. They beat Drexel but lost to Stockton, and then on the other side, University of New Haven, they've also beaten Drexel, but they also beaten Penn College. So both teams have kind of had that litmus test. I would say they've beaten the same team. So now you kind of look, is Stockton a really, really good team, and that's why Camden Community College fell, or is New Haven just the better team overall. And we're gonna have to find out in this, head-to-head matchup.
The Chargers, as you can see, are looking at 2-0. They are tied with 2 other teams from Northeast 2 Conference for that undefeated top slot. So this is another important game to determine that priority seeding. Remember, top 3 at the end of our 12-week season get into buy-ins and an opportunity to make it to playoffs. Your number 1 seed from each conference guaranteed a spot in playoffs into the postseason. So certainly keeping an eye on New Haven to see if they could be one of those top dogs or top Chargers in this case.
I like that. Not only that, I mean, if you're Camden County College right now, you're also thinking about, we did drop one already, and that's okay. Right now, what you're looking at is, can we stay in the top echelon? Because if you're able to take out University of New Haven here, then you drop them to 2-1, and then you would have the tiebreaker because you'd have that win over them. So even if it isn't undefeated, you'd still be in that top spot. So both teams right now are competing for that potential play-in scenario, playoff scenario at the very end. But again, it is only week 3. There's still a lot of Rocket League action to go, and well, we got some more action right here. Game 3, our last game of the night.
It's still early in the season indeed, so tough to tell exactly how these teams will fall, but it's Camden looking to get back on their feet. New Haven looking to continue undefeated streak, stay strong. Right now on the attack, but falling back very quickly. So them not really want to pursue that attack. Everybody rotating early to ensure a nice defensive posture. Now looking for the counter. Look at this 1, 2, 3. Pass to Sierra, has 2 people to beat and beats them both. Sierra with a gorgeous goal to start things off.
Well, I gotta see how this ended up. It was right on the border of this goal for so long, and unfortunately it looks like Aura just didn't have the right angle. I'm sure they were trying to just find a way to bounce it out, didn't react quick enough, and there it's gonna be a first goal 40 seconds in. And New Haven, very nice start, but they're gonna have to worry about this attack off the kickoff. Able to delay that though.
Camden looking to answer immediately. They wasted no time, going full bore, full throttle all the way forward. Handled by University of New Haven. They don't look shook in the slightest. Bounce into the corner. Killa is starting to do something with it. Still leaves in that corner. University of New Haven committed all 3 players to that side just to not allow anything to break out into the middle. And now another opportunity in transition. They look really good at these off the backboard. The shot, the goal. This one from Marcy.
Oh, okay, that might be the coolest goal score animation I've ever seen in Rocket League. I gotta say, that
awesome.
That one is really cool. I've never seen it before, actually. But we saw this in the previous series. If you're just gonna have one person in net, why not just throw someone in there, just bump them off of where they're trying to defend? And you saw Camden, they tried to get out of the back of their own net, just a little bit too late there. Very nice team play there from University of New Haven to go up 2-0. One thing to note is, even though they have this pretty nice lead, they've been playing a lot of the last minute and a half or so from the back of their own zone.
Oh, this has been very much a counter-strike strategy in this opening minute and a half from New Haven. Content to just sit back and wait for the perfect moment for the strike. This could be one. You can see how far back Marcy was sitting, even with the rest of the team pushing forward. They're prepared to not let anything go through into their half, and then just out of nowhere, everybody sprints downfield and sets up these wonderful passing plays, these beautiful shooting opportunities, and it's resulted in a 2-goal lead in game 1.
And I think the difference between what we've seen previously is, they are sitting on this lead, but the defense seems a lot more well executed. They're not overcommitting. They're not, doubling up on angles. They're getting shots like that. That was an amazing save. The fact that it didn't go in, just able to get there right in the nick of time. But this counterattack strategy, it's working a lot more because they're actually able to get a counterattack going. Not only are they stopping the shots coming at them, they're able to get beauties like that even if they don't go in, they're keeping up the pressure, and then they can just kind of rotate back into their own zone even if they don't score.
With immaculate passing, their passes are so accurate, which is a real good indicator of communication between the squad. It tells me that they have a lot of communication and furthermore a lot of trust in their teammates to be exactly where they need to be, and the passes are on point. New Haven looking very, very strong here so far to start things off. I can see why they're 2-0, and I expect them to have, they keep this level of quality of play up. A very high score here at the end. Great record in their future with plays like that as Marcy gets their second.
Marcy again Perfect timing, great counterattack. They just run it back all the way from their own side of the field, and we get to see that beautiful goal score animation once more. There's a big difference, Bullskunk, between a team that's very mechanically gifted and a team that's on the same page. A team that's on the same page, like you said, like they're communicating, they know exactly what's expected of their teammates. That's the kind of team I want to see. That was not on the same page, and Camden Community College will get one back.
That was a beautiful lob from Killa.
One.
Over, not
two.
one, but two players of the defense. Nicely done on what has been an extremely strong defense thus far. Killa is able to shut him down.
Yeah, but then, oh, that was a roller. Could have gone in. It did not. And I'm sure that New Haven, they think, man, like, that was not the most well played. You don't want to double commit like that. You know, you can have one person jump, probably have the second person just kind of roll back and play more on the goal line. But they're still feeling pretty good about this, I'm sure. A minute and a half, still 2-goal lead. There's still time for Camden, but they gotta actually connect. They've kept it in the blue zone, but how many shots have they found off of it? Not many, and then that's a hat trick right there.
Let's see. With a beautiful steal off the wall. Look at that tight angle from midfield. Recognizes the defense cannot get back. It keeps it on that near post side because the defender was coming in from the far side. Maximum amount of distance before they can make that save. Marcy just accurate right now. Like you say, hat trick on the board. 3 of the 4 goals credited to Marcy.
Yeah, and it's just perfect timing, perfect place. You know, they're not making any amazing, astounding plays. Nothing super fancy either, to be honest. Just right place, right time, and nice touch. Doesn't have to be the most powerful. Doesn't have to be the sneakiest. As long as you're on target, and you know, everyone else is outside the goal. That's all you need.
Which is a credit to their team play as well, being able to open up the defense. Marcy! He gets the double tap! Oh, wow. Just out of nowhere, Marcy just appears at the top of your screen and just floats in and able to sneak it past too. All right. Marcy heard us, Jack. You're like, oh, you want to see fancy? We're not being fancy enough for you? Check this out. Beautiful goal.
I mean, I'm still thinking about that goal square animation, and I'm never going to complain about seeing that. I have a feeling we're going to see that a lot in this series as it continues to develop. And it's not going to be, oh, that could be another one. It's not going to be, as you saw Marcy just kind of skirt past that, could not connect. I think that it is a good assumption to say this game in particular is probably done and dusted. For Camden, I mean, we haven't talked a lot about what they've been doing correctly. I think the biggest thing is, you know, this was not a shutout. This was not a, you know, perfect goal game for New Haven. They were scored on at least once, and that's something you can take into this next game.
Oh yeah, there are weaknesses to be found, to be exploited, and Camden County College was able to do that. Killa in particular beating past those 2 defenders that both kind of cheated up when maybe they shouldn't have, but Killa recognized the opportunity, recognized the opening, and there's definitely something for them to fall back on. Good positive things, boost the morale to take into game 2. All right, you've lost this one 5-1. And Marcy coming up with 4 of those goals. 4 goals on 7 shots for Marcy. But hey, if you're Camden County College, there's plenty more game to play, plenty more in this series and opportunities for you to get right back into it.
And you can see the shots taken. I mean, you got to up those if you're Camden. Like, you got to get those up. But you didn't really allow a lot of shots coming out on the other side. New Haven only got 8 when all is said and done. And sure, they converted more than half of that, but most of those were just on the counterattack, as we said. So I think a big part of this, you know, you do have aggressive attack, and you were able to stay in the zone for a while, but you can't give up takeaways. You got to rotate a little bit quicker back to not let those counterattacks, you know, be solidified. And you do those 2 things, and you give yourselves a really good shot at staying in this game.
I feel like, in all fairness, the counterattack strategy coming out of New Haven, I mean, it's not going to have a lot of shots. You're not going to get a big shot total. Oh, my goodness. Winsy with a 3-second goal. Winsy, let me make a point. Let me make a point there, my friend. I was trying to talk good about your team, and you're just distracting me with these awesome goals. There you go. Early 1-0.
And who started off? It was Marcy. Once again, seems to have a hand in all of these plays. A nice little bump at the beginning, a nice little 50. That was 1. And then Winsy able to finish things off. That's the teamwork that makes the dream work. And I mean, you and I have already talked about it. It just seems like this is a well-oiled machine. They're very much in sync.
Let's hit the nail on the head. It's a perfect word for it. A well-oiled machine indeed. The Chargers are at full strength right now, and Sierra breaking axles of their own, and that's a big old split splash of 2-0.
Oh, very quick, early 2-0, 23 seconds in. It's about 11 goals per each. Wow, they have really just opened the floodgates. Before, it seemed like it was a bit of a slower approach. There was another goal that was answered back a little bit sooner. Early on, though, this is all New Haven all the time.
Wow, that's the third in 28 seconds. This Killa is not happy with what's going on. It's their second on the day. Both goals for Camden coming from that player. And, well, University of New Haven looked like they might have got a little too big for their britches. There's nobody even near the defense.
Talk them up. You talked about their defenses, and this is what happens to Caster Curse in real time. Yeah, you don't ever want us to say good things about you. That means something bad's about to happen. But that's what we need from Camden, because again, they've been able to play a lot in the opponent's zone. They just haven't been able to capitalize like that quite a bit.
Here they go back on the attack once again. Well, momentarily, it's Steele at the midfield line. Going into the corner, Sierra's going to rotate back as the ball comes in, and it's Marcy with a big booming clear. Sierra's going to get a nice touch on that, try to leave it for the teammate, but Camden emerged with it in the end. Going up against the wall, Killer looking for a pass off the backboard. Back pass, stolen. Marcy able to interrupt that play. Have a little bit of boost on the way, but doesn't have enough to get up in front of the ball into the air. A little soft shot onto the net, and that one is easily sent aside as Camden are struggling to get out of their half at the moment. Pass over to Hidden Kid, I think it's going to be the ticket.
Yeah, and also you saw Marcy there. It looked like they were trying to do a 2v1. Weren't quite able to execute, and whoa, they just slid that wide open. What was that?
Again, I think it was a bump. It was a bump there onto Marcy, it looked like it in that replay, to knock him out of position in goal. And the other defender from New Haven was forced just to try to race back across the wall, could not get there in time, and just like that, we are tied at 2 apiece. 2 answering goals from Camden.
You can tell that New Haven, they're getting a little bit frustrated because they're just trying to go for these individual plays. Just like Sierra was trying to go for the double tap. It looks like they don't need the double tap. They just need the shot on goal, and all of a sudden, you give the lead away, you take it right back. No tie game. It's 3-2.
Killer had to go up and try to get it off the wall, but the ball bounced right in front of the net anyways. And Sierra able to put it home. Your prediction on point with this being a high-scoring series, as we have already seen 5 goals in Game 2. New Haven with the last one, but Hidden Kid going on the attack. Have a whole lot of reinforcements there, and Sierra's going to walk away with it, even when he fits the midfield, sending it back in that corner. Marcy waiting back, battling for it, can't quite wrestle it down. It takes a couple members of Camden to do it, though. They're all committed on that wall, means nobody's in the midfield, nobody to pass to. They just have to settle for a big long shot.
Or able to keep it in. That's a big play. So they do have the one person that was around mid rotate in, keep it in the zone. And right now, it seems like New Haven's kind of struggling just a little bit to get it out, and just as I say that, they almost get a roller. It does go a little bit to the side, another good shot. I think the biggest difference between this game and the last one is, before we talk about, they get that first shot in and they rotate. They've been staying a lot longer, and that has led to them being a lot more vulnerable once the counter attack comes out.
Oh, no. Oh, Marcy. I was hoping somebody was going to back him up. Seven Sierra looking for the double tap off the ceiling, but the ball was a little bit too fast for him. I agree. I mean, we can see how much more they are committing, how much further they're pushing in with how many more players as well. It's not just one person, committing on the attack a little bit more. You see a usual double commit as Winsy and Sierra both getting touches on that ball. And a little bit more of a full send approach here from New Haven.
Oh, Sierra doesn't commit to that. Even if they're just going to let it go, they thought that Marcy could get the bump, and with the demo as well, they thought that'd be enough. It's not, and I think the reason why they are staying long, they're not just going for that one attempt and then leaving, is because of the scoreline. I mean, it's a lot closer, just like that attempt that was on goal. And because of that, if that demo has to come out, they had to demo, or if they were going to be completely vulnerable, and yet still that looks like an empty net.
Yeah, but there's nobody there because of the demo to back the score up. Villa still has another opportunity. Nice redirect. Hidden Kid ties the game.
Oh, and this is so much closer to that first one. That first game in this series, it was all but done after basically the third goal that University of New Haven got. They're at 3 right now, but so is Camden. They are fighting tooth and nail, and this changing from New Haven. The more aggressive play is not really their strong suit, it seems like. Minute left before regulation ends. We might go to another game to overtime, and that would be the 3 for 3 today.
Wouldn't hurt my feelings. The more Rocket League we can get, the better, Jeff.
Absolutely.
But still plenty of time for one of these teams to break the stalemate. Lindsay just gets absolutely stuffed. Ball is just going to roll back towards the New Haven goal. Aura right in the corner. Kid's going to come in the back up, and Sierra beats into the ball out of the air. Sierra's got a player on the right-hand side, finds the demo on Nakilla. Winsey is going to push forward, try to create something, try to open up the defenses. All 3 players from New Haven going in deep, looking for something aggressive with 12 seconds remaining. Get it off the wall. Nice defensive move, and Nakilla's going to force it back down to midfield. Up high, Sierra with a shot off the backboard, and Marcy with 3 seconds remaining in the go-ahead goal. We get to see that beautiful explosion once again, and another immaculate play coming out of University of New Haven.
Oh, and Hidden Kid almost was able to secure that save there, got the goal to tie things up. Cannot be the hero then, and with 3 seconds left unless there's an amazing kickoff. Aura has it, can't get it off the ground. No OT here, 2 for 3 on the day. But what a way to end that game in regulation. I thought for sure we were going to see some extra play here between these 2 teams in that one.
I did too. Stat line we saw up there from Marcy was 4 demos during that play. So it's even more physicality coming out from New Haven. And you know what? I gotta give some respect. They completely changed up their style. In contrast to ISU that we saw in our last series, who were very much a kind of stick to their guns kind of strategy, at least from what we can surmise. It looked like University of New Haven just completely changed the rule book. They were like, let's just throw out this rule book or this playbook, and we're gonna try something completely different. Way more physical, way more aggressive, and yeah, it means they gave up a few more goals, but hey, they're able to take the dub in the end.
And this might be a decision, hey, this is our weak point. If this is a game we feel pretty comfortable in already, why not try to switch things up, play to our weaknesses, try to, learn more, get better at it, and that's why they might be doing something. Or maybe, this is a play, hey, first game we're going to do this, second game we're going to do that. There's a lot of reasons and a lot of, summarization we could do about why that might. We can do a lot of theorizing, but at the end of the day, the facts are that regardless of the scoreline, 2 very different ones between game 1 and 2, regardless, they're still up 2-0. And they could put away this series right here, right now, and stay undefeated.
I thoroughly enjoy theory crafting myself, Jag. And well, if you're a Chargers fan, you're thoroughly enjoying this series so far. Now on match point, and Marcy able to find that far post pass from Sierra to get yet another early lead. This one 28 seconds in.
All right, that one had some style to it. A little assist from the corner as well. It looks like it just kind of hit right off that bottom area of it, but Marcy able to get in. Again, we get to see the goal animation. Also, really nice pass from Sierra to set that up. I don't think that we give that enough credit sometimes, but that was a flip pass, and it was just beautifully put there.
Oh my goodness. Before we can even stop singing the praises from goal 1, Marcy puts in goal number 2 again off of another well-placed pass from Sierra. These 2 are a mean duo, Jag. Just an absolute vicious duo.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been a big part of why this game has gone the way it is. But can't leave out Winsey. Winsey, I feel like, has been more of the defensive heart of this team, has been the one rotating back, and there they are, able to keep that out of the goal for now. So it's a full game, but unfortunately can't stop that one.
Aura off the wall with that one. Winsey, he puts it in a good position. It just takes an unfortunate bounce from New Haven. Aura is right there with a laser accurate shot in that top right hand corner. Nobody can get to it. What a difficult one to stop. Aura knew it.
Oh, Aura trying to go for that right off the kickoff. I was going to say, Marcy, maybe not for the best right now, isn't to be a part of all 3 goals, but that one, okay, that was just, how else can you describe it? Look at Winsey right here. You're gonna demo, gonna let it walk away, and I mean, you know they say cool guys don't look at explosions.
Oh, Wednesday apparently a pretty cool guy. I mean, or girl, or non-binary, either way. Never make any assumptions. Gamers for everybody. Look at Winsy! Look at Winsy doing work on both ends. We were talking about Winsy being kind of the third player back, holding down the fort as far as the defense is concerned. Look at that just finesse on the back touch. Get their second of this game. And this is an early 4-1.
Yeah, we can. You don't want to assume a lot of things, but I think the assumption here that we can get through all this is that Winsy, not just a defensive player, definitely can put it down on attack as well. And yeah, I think they might have heard us like, hey, like I can score too. I'm just letting my teammates get those good goals for now. But here I go, very early lead. This is looking like game 1 when it was the 5-1 scoreline, but this is like within the first minute.
Sierra tried to get a little fancy with the double tap. Had a completely open goal and then whiffs the double tap. I'm sure that they are laughing about that one right now, but hey, they're just wiping the smiles off of their faces as Camden are able to strike back, and there's still plenty of time left.
It just wins the 50 off of Winsy. An unfortunate bump there goes completely over them and then just straight into the goal. Yeah, there's a lot of time. I mean, that lead can easily dissipate, just completely vanish into thin air if you keep going for those kind of like fancy plays. We talked about this in the first series with Northwood. Like, there's a time and a place. This team from Camden County College, like, they are not the team that I would try this on. They've already almost won one game in the series. It came down to a battle of feet and inches in that one. Like, I don't say you got to go like full throttle, but you definitely cannot just like let up and like just go for the kind of more fun plays when you still got a full 3 minutes to play here.
Yeah, game 1, I mean, that was a 3-second goal that ended up winning. Excuse me, that was game 2.
Game 2.
Yeah. Certainly don't want to start just taking it easy here if you're University of New Haven. Camden will punish. Marcy, the pass up to Sierra. Sierra's going to drop it back down in front of the net. Marcy not able to get to it. A lot of presence from the defense and physicality as well. Marcy can't find anything. Lindsay going back on the attack. Oh, looking for the hat trick. No, that one's going to go up high. Defense holding strong, and a very important play. They cannot afford to give up a goal here. This is one where if we get that goal from New Haven and this assault, very dangerous. Camden fighting for the series lives at the moment. And Hidden Kit eventually going to push it out. No, Marcy turns around and keeps it in the half. Finally, they're able to push it down.
It seems like now, instead of trying to go for those fancy goals, New Haven, we're just going to sit on this. We're going to go back to what we did game 1. Just wait for the counterattack. Just play pretty safe otherwise. And we're not going to take risks because this game can be turned on its head very quickly. I think they learned that after that second goal went through for Camden. And so it's just a little bit back to like the original. What they've really excelled in, that's what they need to do just to put this away, and that's what they're doing pretty well.
Can't fault them for going back to the tried and true. Sarah with a good touch there, and just more outstanding defense from New Haven. Certainly, I think it's been one of their strongest suits, if not their adaptability. I mean, maybe their adaptability is that they have versatility. That might make them so scary as we continue to press forward. That was an opportunity. Oh no! It looked like it got bounced back out. Hidden Kid had a chance to put that one home, and just didn't quite get the right angle on the redirect. And now the attack is just kind of fizzled out right at the 60-second mark as New Haven's defense solidifies.
That could have been a game changer. And then after that initial attempt, all 3 members of New Haven, they were just kind of clumped up in a corner. There could have been a great just rebound shot, just try to get it onto the other end of the goal, but instead it's going to be the same score, almost actually another goal for New Haven. Camden, their time, their chances, they're running out. That goal, big at 3-4, could have been huge. It could have been a momentum shift instead. 30 seconds left, and it's going to be New Haven getting the sweep.
Yeah, and let's Killer can make something happen here. Nope. Lindsay strong on that defense. Good save. Now with the big shot, and Winsy comes away with a hat trick in game 3 as the dagger is in. And it is looking almost certain that the Chargers in blue and gold are going to move on to 3-0 and maintain that first place seed, at least tied, and maintain, more importantly, that undefeated record.
Counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. How many times have we seen the counterattack just flawlessly executed there? just a pass over the middle, the side, or the left, and redirect to the right. It's a nice little touch. That's all it takes, and really, that's all it's going to take in this entire series is, well, okay, well, Aura's going to get one back. 3 seconds left, though. Can you make something happen here? You're going to need basically a goal in a second and a second and a half is what I'm trying to say. Just like 1.5 seconds right off the kickoff, then get another one. It's very improbable, but not impossible. I'm going to try to be an optimist here.
I'm not sure. I mean, we haven't put our controllers down and get 2 goals in 3 seconds.
And that's definitely it. And now it's impossible. Maybe you get one back, but there's no way you get 2. This New Haven, they will take this.
It's the Chargers coming out on top. That is a perfect game for them, and continuing to look dominant, continuing to look scary. And here you go, Wednesday. We started off game 3 talking about their defensive prowess. They're just kind of playing the third man back. But hey, there you go, hat trick for Wednesday there in game number 3, leading the pack in that 5-3 victory over Camden County College. Well done. Hats off over to New Haven.
Yeah, and I think the most dangerous thing is what you talked about previously was their versatility. Like the fact that, yeah, they can play this one style of more defensive, counterattack oriented gameplay very well, but they didn't look half bad when they tried to go more aggressive. I will say it definitely seemed a bit weaker. I mean, that was the closest game when they went more all in on their attack, but it's still something that they could bring out, and it might work better against another team in the future. So the fact they're able to, play both styles that are pretty different from each other and make them work, very impressive.
And I think it also will make them much more difficult to read. So it's going to keep the opponents guessing. Anybody that goes up against them, you don't know what look you're going to get out of New Haven. And they seem to do, both of those two very contrasting styles very well. So that versatility, I think, is going to serve them well in the long run. It looked close in game 2, but I think that's one of those that pays off over time.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Well, it looks like we may end up with an interview here. Before we do that, I'm going to remind you about our friends over at LLS and our friend Tobin. LLS making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Tobin, who you're seeing on your screen now. When Tobin was 3.5, his nagging arm and leg pain and regular fevers were not chalked up as blood cancer symptoms. It wasn't until his 4-year checkup that Tobin's doctor referred the family to a specialist. Tobin and his family would soon walk into a cancer center and have everything in their lives change. Many tests and days later, it was confirmed that Tobin had leukemia and began their new reality. New medications, new side effects, new schedules, in and out of hospitals and clinics, rearranging the family, home, and work schedules. Every day was a marathon. For Tobin, his parents, and 2 brothers, this was an intense and scary time. But having LLS in their corner to help their family connect with the blood cancer community and witness survival stories helped tremendously. They stayed focused and present, fought the war, and won. Tobin crossed the 2-year cancer-free mark back in December. He's now 9 years old, loves to game, with Minecraft, Battlefront, and Fortnite being his favorites, and aspires to be a YouTuber when he grows up. Alongside Hero Tobin, we recognize LLS Hero of the game, who's represents the player that made the biggest impact in the match today, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. And today's LLS Hero of the game is Marcy, who we're seeing replays of on our screen right now. Marcy, thank you for joining us for the interview. Congratulations on the dub. Oh, we got the audio in here. Looks like we're having trouble hearing Marcy at this moment in time. Just quick stat: Marcy had 7 goals throughout the series, leading the squad, and it just looked so super strong. 4 goals in game 1. That beautiful goal explosion, doesn't hurt either.
Yeah, and even though they had less goals in the last 2 games, in the second one they were the one that got the game winner. So that was a big momentum shift. Proving they could play that aggressive style. Still went out, and then they still got plenty of goals in game 3 too to win these 3. Not a bad look whatsoever. Very good performance overall, and not surprising whatsoever. They are going to be the player of the match here. We'll try to get them back in with the audio in just a moment. I just think that in general, this is like a team you got to look out for, right? Like all around, like all three players played great.
Hello. Does that
And
work?
proving those
Oh,
first two games was not a
Work?
not a fluke. And
no,
we get in here, Marcy.
Hello,
Thank you
hello.
for
Sorry, I
joining
have
us.
audio
Congratulations on the
issue.
win.
Thanks, thanks. How we doing, guys?
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. It was a strong game, a strong start coming out as the Chargers now move to 3-0 on the season. And it looked like y'all came out with a very a counterattack style and then adjusted your strategy quite drastically going into the second game. Was that part of the plan or was this something you just kind of came up with on the fly?
Yeah, I think we kind of realized after the first game that we were kind of the faster team and we were the more mechanical team. So we kind of just were able to outpace them, and we realized that, so we didn't have to sit in net anymore. We kind of just went for it, and a lot of goals came our way with it. So.
yeah, a lot of goals indeed. I want to ask about game two though. The closest in the series, it came down to you scoring with 3 seconds left. So I want you to walk me through a little bit how that last play ended up, how you were feeling, and just kind of how you were able to score that last goal.
Yeah, it was a little nerve-wracking, but we figured it out. It was a good pass, I think, from the right wall. And there was no time left, so I was like, okay, I'll just turn for this. And I was able to slot it home, luckily. So yeah, got the win. Nice 3-0.
I mean, you and Sierra seem to be connecting on those one timers all day long. Have y'all been playing together a while? Is there some built in synergy here? Give us a little history between that duo because it looked like y'all were just hive mind all series.
Yeah, he's actually a freshman. This is his first year here, so second semester. Me and Winsy played together last year, and Sierra's our third this year. So yeah, he's awesome. He's, as you guys saw, super mechanical, super speedy, can pretty much dust about anyone. So yeah, it's good to play with him. Pretty easy to read how he plays. So yeah.
Well, he
And
seems to slot in beautifully.
yeah, and I got one last question for you, from me at least. You guys undefeated right now in your conference. Are there any teams you're on the lookout for that you really want to play, or any teams that you might be a little bit worried about going forward?
Honestly, I think the only team we're really worried about is Stockton. Their CRL level, Bussy and the boys over there, they're insane. So I think that'll be our main challenge. I'm not really too worried about anybody else. But I mean, we've taken Stockton to Game 5 before. So hopefully we can give them another good fight, and hopefully get into playoffs.
We're certainly looking forward to that matchup. Hey, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on the dub once again, and good luck with the rest of the season.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right. That's been a fantastic day of Rocket League. It was a good week 3.
Yeah, it was. I mean, even though, two of the games were 3-0s, I feel like they were not, one-sided affairs whatsoever. There was always a little bit of a glimpse of hope that maybe that series would be extended. In that second series, we did get to see a game 4, and honestly, it was just a really fun day. A lot of great action, a lot of great players here in NACE. I'm really excited to see how the rest of the season develops.
And a lot of top tier teams. I think we saw several of the teams that we saw play today have a strong potential to make it into the postseason. And I know it's only week 3; it's a bold statement, but man, the quality was just there. The team play was top tier all day long. So I'm anxious to see how these teams shape up as we continue through. But that does bring it to the end of our Rocket League broadcast. But we still have some more action coming at you here in the NACE Starleague. We're going to be headed over to Overwatch here in a few. Send over to another title with Los and Lafon taking the helm. So be looking forward to watching some Overwatch action. Otherwise, we will see you back here next week with more Rocket League. Y'all have a wonderful afternoon.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague Overwatch Week 2. I'm your handsome host, Losen. Joining me on the desk is my main man, LaFon. LaFon, how are you feeling today?
Doing pretty good, right? We have Overwatch on the docket, and as always, that means that we are super excited to be here because there's been some fantastic gameplay we got a chance to witness last week. Some pretty thrilling stuff. I do remember a certain overtime that was quite elongated, but we head now, of course, into the match today, and we start off with, I think, a high octane match. Certainly, two undefeated teams facing off.
Yeah, that is true. And for the first matchup, it might be a familiar face if you've been sticking around for the NACE Star League. The first one, it's involving Harrisburg University and Drexel University. Harrisburg, which made a lower bracket run in the grand finals in the playoffs, but didn't make it through, ultimately getting eliminated in the lower semis. They're still quite a strong team, even just to get to that point.
Indeed, and I think one thing we talk about Harrisburg is that they're now back for, I think, a little bit of vengeance in terms of their performance this season, trying to reestablish themselves at the top, a perennial contender in collegiate Overwatch since the history or since the inception of sort of that idea of existence. They now try come back in with that. However, their opposition new to the NACE Star League this season, the Drexel Dragons, 2-0 as well, though obviously a lot less game tape on them as we kind of get set to see what they have for us to see in this match here.
It's always good to see new blood in the NACE Star League. I'm excited and I'm feeling optimistic for what these players have to bring to us. And, this isn't exactly the same Harrisburg. There has been a few swaps here and there from what we saw back last season. But, it's a large roster with a deep pool of players for them to pull from. So it's always good for other players to get some time in. But let's take a look at Drexel. I'm interested to see what they're going to bring to the table. I mean, we already know exactly what map we're going to have for the first time around. I think you know as well as I know, as well as everyone at home know, for map number 1, we're headed over to Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I think, there's this thing, you can set the clock by it, and certainly at this point, you absolutely can. It's more of an anomaly when we go elsewhere. So Lijiang Tower, we have a lot of understanding now of how this map plays in the NACE Star League, as expected, with a lot of teams, a lot of variations. Going here early, we know how it kind of likes to play out. So, I mean, in this sense, we have to kind of expect Harrisburg University to be sort of the favorite, I think, in this match. But Drexel, coming into this, right, we don't have a lot of expectations for them. So if they can come out swinging, again, that 2-0 scoreline, is that representative of skill here at the top end of the Northeast. We're looking for that here in that first map and try and get a sense of where they sort of rank in this division.
Well, if they could work with the best of them, that being Harrisburg, because they have put in the work, especially last season, getting into those playoffs, this is a top contender. If you could trade blow for blow with Harrisburg, or maybe even take a map or two off of them, bringing it to game 5, perhaps, that would be a very great show of strength within this division. And,
yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to see what Drexel's bringing onto the table.
Right. I mean, Harrisburg is a top 5 team in the NACE Star League, as evident just by the scoreline of the playoffs, right? We have to say that at this point. So defending their position, I think, for Harrisburg University, Drexel, obviously, the new upstart on the block, if you will. And that can be both a boon and a detriment, heading into the game. Obviously, we don't have a lot of expectations, or a lot of information, I should say, to set expectations by. And does that mean they're going to play aggressively, take advantage of the fact that Harrisburg may not quite know what they have to kind of play on? Harrisburg, on the other hand, may be just a little bit more confident playing as a team that doesn't necessarily have a lot of game experience on this kind of stage. So we'll have to wait until the actual games start to find out. But I think for Harrisburg, definitely the burden of a performance is on them at this point.
Of course, they have everything not to prove, but they have to maintain the reputation and their status as one of the top teams, and as you said, top 5 in the entire NACE Star League. So it also opens up the idea that you have a lot of opportunities for opponents to watch the tape, watch what you did last season, watch what you did in the playoffs, and you have much more resources available for your opponents. Drexel, on the other hand, you said we don't really know what's going on, neither should Harrisburg, so it should be just not exactly going in blind, because they know what they're planning on doing, what their strategies, what their compositions are going into it. They have their own set pieces, but it's just going to be the live reaction and adaptation to Drexel. That's what it's going to be about, and having the ability to swap your composition or positioning to suit your needs going against this squad, especially in Lijiang Tower where there's many different ways of playing the game, that's just going to show us what the rest of the series should look like.
I mean, one thing we can kind of focus in on here for a second, though, when we talk about Harrisburg University, is of course their roster, right? This is not quite the same roster that played up last season. They have a couple of new players coming in, and I think this is going to be sort of a marker. Harrisburg, did they make the upgrades they need to kind of stabilize themselves towards the top end? Sure, top 5 is pretty good, but for them, they're not confident, or sorry, I should say, they're not content with that position. They would like to be that first place overall team. And I think, coming in, we can, for Harrisburg, sure, they performed really well. I think relative to their own standards, though, they want to be better. And I think, we'll get a chance to see what the new look Harrisburg is. It's mostly the same, but sometimes one or two extra players can really change things up here in a big way for them.
Of course, yeah. 5th place, it's not enough, especially when you're going for that top spot. They did lose out to, I believe, the winners of that lower finals. Unfortunately, that's going to be a tough loss to take because you don't have a group that's able to compete with.
Yep.
It was Bay State and Northwood in those grand finals. Neither of them are in this division, so you have no real way of testing yourself against the best. But you have to make sure that you are maintaining your spot as a top contender, and that's going to be difficult if you're going into a bit of a weaker division. Then you don't have that ability to truly test your mettle, truly understand what the top performers are going to bring to the table. But Drexel, it's an unknown commodity. It's an unknown going into it completely. So there might be a bit of an upset, might be a bit of surprises as we make our way through this best of 5.
Yeah, make no mistake about it. Teams scrim the best in other divisions. There's no question in my mind that happens, right? We've talked to players, we've talked to coaches. They do. That is absolutely the case. But it's not quite the same to play in a scrim as it is to play on a match, right? That is a different level of pressure. And sure, a lot of these players are experienced in that, in that game day situation. So, we don't have a lot of fear of them perhaps not showing up to perform, but there's still that threat. There's still that risk. There's still that element of, it's not really a case of have we done it until it's done. And a scrim is not the same as a game. Right. So that is something to that point of perhaps, there's no strong player or strong teams that have necessarily played up against Harrisburg in this division. We don't quite sure yet. Tonight will probably give us our first taste as to sort of what that storyline ends up being towards the later stages of the regular season. But I think we can kind of pivot here to Drexel. They can be that upset potential. They can be sort of the excitement that this division is looking for to be, if they take the crown here tonight, then realistically, the conversation for playoffs when that comes around starts to become a lot more creative. And I think we have a lot more interesting things to talk about when that sort of rolls around.
That would absolutely change the conversation, because if Drexel can come through and get the 3-0 scoreline going ahead into week 3, 4, 5, whatever it may be, dethroning Harrisburg as the, supposed crown, the expected winner of this division. If they could switch up the identity of this division, make it a little bit more competitive than what we've previously seen, what we've previously thought of, then maybe there is a little bit more challenge either within Drexel, or maybe the adjustments that we've seen aren't up to snuff from what they've previously shown us.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait till we get into game to kind of get a final answer on that. And just a quick update for everyone at home: we'll be getting into the game as soon as we can. Right, just trying to get the game started. So stay with us as we kind of continue the conversation here for sure. Los, I mean, to your point, we talked about Harrisburg a lot, and rightfully so. They've performed really well, and stylistically, they've been a team that has historically been a lot more aggressive in their play style, right? In terms of, we've seen Wrecking Ball, we've seen obviously that sort of that Ash long range play, where they have sort of a 2-4 setup. In the previous times we've seen them, I wonder if they've kind of evolved from that, or if that continues to be sort of their modus operandi as we kind of continue in here.
Well, I think that's a question that's going to be seen throughout the maps. I don't believe they will stick to the same composition or same play style as time comes on. I think it's going to really evolve as they first encounter Drexel. How does Drexel play? Are they feeling like a big pokey composition? Then maybe they will get a little bit more aggressive, go for a dive, try and get in their faces. Or maybe they're going to have the same type of scenario. a 2-4 composition, and it will be almost a mirror match. I think it really all depends on what the first contact is.
Yeah.
However, if their original strategy didn't allow them to find success in the long run, in the end, are they going to stick to it and try and improve it, or pick up something new?
These are questions that will, all these and more, certain things I'm interested and excited to kind of find out. Waiting for a quick update. Obviously, one of the things we have to kind of go for, I guess now's as good a time as any to remind everyone to sort out the format of tonight's game, and really all Overwatch games here at the NACE Starleague is going to be, and that's going to be a 1st to 3 in the scoreline, and first team to win in that setup will take the victory here. Loser picks map, and obviously then it goes back to picking sides. So map number 1 was Lijiang Tower. Just a quick reminder to everyone watching at home. And yeah, I mean, it's we've seen, we could talk about last week, of course, in terms of what the map pool was there, what the teams had sort of changed up. We didn't see a lot of static stuff, I have to say, Los, last week. Do you think we're going to go back towards what is perhaps the tried and true here at the NACE Starleague?
The tried and true, yeah. I mean, the regular map pool would be, we start off at Lijiang Tower,
Yeah.
then we get into the King's Row, which in many instances is just a favorite. It's a favorite out of a lot of collegiate players, but once we get into that escort, it's either between 2 maps. It's going to be either Havana or it's going to be Junkertown. Those are usually what we're going to land on toward the end of a 1st to 3. Most of the cases, we end up only going to 3 maps. I mean, it has been kind of one-sided throughout the first couple of matches, but, it should get more competitive as time goes on, because both of these still undefeated teams they're getting wins for a reason. And as time goes on, and as we get to the 3-0s, maybe a 4-0, it's going to be even more head-to-head tight competition, because this is a 9-week season.
Yep.
Top 2 or top 1 place team is automatically getting into the conference finals. Then the 2nd and 3rd team are going to battle it out in those play-ins. Whoever wins in that matchup is going to make their way into the playoffs. So keeping your status as an undefeated team, you just have to secure your positioning in at least the top 3. So you want to maintain that posture early on into the season, and staying undefeated, that 2-0 into a 3-0 rather than a 2-1 is going to be a crucial play. It's not that just the final weeks are crucial. Every week is crucial in NACE Starleague.
Right. I mean, we're 2 weeks in already. Oh, there we go. We're underway already. The fight has engaged. Lethal gets 1, and that trade's going to come through. So Harrisburg slowly eking out a win in this fight, though perhaps losing out at the very end with those kills coming in from Drexel.
Flying up to the sky is Tap, narrowly evading that Diva dash and rush into him. And Tap is still holding on. D-Max Jeff Goldblum and takes out Optimal Shot. Now it seems that Harrisburg is getting a little bit of that advantage. Now multiple players are falling on the side of Drexel, and Akawa cleaning up Peanut. Now the site, the objective, will be theirs if they're able to hold on to it.
Yeah, so we're having some very interesting kind of matchups here, Harrisburg versus Drexel. Harrisburg University obviously putting a lot of resources into Tap on the Pharah, who is going to be able to just put pressure in the back line, and we see Drexel University making the adaptation now to try and deal with Tap in the air. It's going to be pest control over the side onto the Cassidy here. That range hit scan, potential. On top of that, the Flashbang's so good at dealing with the Doomfist, though. There's that damage amp yet again as pest control goes down.
Just a little bit of bullying here as Akawa is not allowing the rest of Drexel to try and leave their position. Optimal Shot falling off the map, and Tap getting a little bit ahead of themselves will allow a headshot to come through from Pest Control. Pest Control swapping quite quickly as they're even unable to leave. Resurrection allows Tap to come through, get a kill, bring out the Rocket Barrage, but will be traded out with a nice shot, whip shot from CB.
There's that element, or the adaptation, the change, the patch that came in for Mercy recently, where they're able to resurrect over the ground, right? So some fun being had here for Harrisburg University as Lethal and Akawa both make shifts. That's a big EMP it's going to find too.
Finally, they're fighting their way through the lobby and can burst in, break into the site, break the lines that have been established here by Harrisburg, and they will be able to make that point conversion, but not after 67% gained by Harrisburg. And really, that was lost just because of cockiness, just because of throwing away eliminations for free.
Harrisburg University throwing a fight away? Say it ain't so. Contest comes in as Lethal setting up behind the shield. So coming to the line of sight, Drexel University going to have a lot of opportunities to take through. Great back from out from the shot there. Going to put Lethal out of commission early here as the Drexel Dragons continue to put pressure on the front line.
Bulldog swinging out into action and will take a ton of damage out from Lethal. No longer hacked, back into the sentry mode. Will be taken out without a problem. Tap flying around, just being a nuisance continuously. Lethal is now having the focus shifted to them, and they are being cornered. But it doesn't really matter. With all this focus taken away from the objective, it does allow Harrisburg to have that flip at the cost of one player. But here comes Pest Control with the Dead Eye, but no one's in sight. Inside of this Dead Eye, no one will be left dead.
Here comes the Nano Brig, but Akawa just trying to dance through. So very weak. There's the pocket for Sums, keeping them alive, and this is going to mean the Shatter's going to be online yet again. Lands on one. That's going to be a guaranteed elimination on the front line there, and that's going to be the fight ended and the round as well to Harrisburg University post-haste.
Things are just falling into place here for Harrisburg. The tank ultimate out of Lethal in conjunction with the rocket barrage, explosions all around, and it's explosive. First round here for Harrisburg as they
second round.
take the...
We came in on Harrisburg University on the second round of the Lijiang Tower. We had unfortunately missed the first, but we are back, and of course, you can see just the highlight here from the end of the game. Los coming in, I mean, you know, a little bit of shenaniganery from Harrisburg University, but they make it work, and that's going to be map number 1 ended 2-0 here for our squad at the top end of this bracket. Drexel, we didn't get a chance to see what they looked like on the other stage, but certainly making it look confident and competent in the second half of Lijiang Tower as we get set to go to map number 2 in just a moment.
Yeah, the ending did not catch me by surprise, but how quickly we arrived at it did. Harrisburg just seeming to have fun at this point, enjoying themselves in this league match. It feels as if it's not a high-stakes competition for Harrisburg. It feels like a bunch of friends just having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is the thing. If you're gonna have fun, you better be good and better be winning. There's, you know, that's kind of the thrust of that idea. If you're going to be playing around with your food, you better be taking the victory pretty handily. And so I think, at least expectation-wise, Harrisburg is living up to the hype that we sort of set for them at the top of the broadcast. We'll see if Drexel can kind of come back in map number 2 as we get set for that in just a moment. Ultimately, Los, though, it really has been from the short amount we got a chance to witness of Harrisburg University. Expectations were set correctly, and they lived up to them here in map number 1.
Yeah, that's how it really was destined to be. You know, I read the tea leaves before I came onto the stream. I knew Harrisburg was going to come in very strong, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, it's only map 1.
Yep.
But just see how handily that victory was achieved. How easily Lethal and Tap had control of the map, so confident that they would bring in Bastion. But now we're going to jump into map 2 of Kings Row. Harrisburg on the defense, and I'm thinking this is just going to be a full hold right at the main choke point.
Also, a sub coming in, actually, as Alk makes their triumphant return to the main support role. So, a little change up here as Harrisburg comes in with a substitute, but Drexel University looking, I believe, the same roster as they ended Lijiang Tower on. Ultimately, though, I mean, Harrisburg University, right? This is the opening has looked pretty spectacular. We'll see if they can continue. A lot of really, really great players on Harrisburg University, names that have been around sort of that tier 2-ish scene for a very, very long time, and rightly so. There's some impressive players here for Harrisburg University.
Without a doubt, and we're seeing that skill displayed right now. The question is, are we going to get more of Drexel University's flavor here? Because we honestly didn't get too much of a chance to see what they could bring to the table, but now is our opportunity. Now is their opportunity to show us what they got, as Akawa takes a good amount of damage, chunked down but will be kept alive. Lethal, however, up on the secondary platform, dropping the stim, but doesn't really need it because no shots are going his way. Just having a good time in the shooting range as those players are taken down handily. No real defense, no real tank to soak up that damage for their push.
Yeah, I mean, it also doesn't help that the anti-nade gets applied by Sohm, so there's no healing either. In fact, in a fight where one team, lost so handily, you'd expect the Baptiste ult charge to be a little bit less in sync, but Elk actually close to leading at the end of that fight, though Peanut has now taken ahead in this one. That being said, Drexel still running out of room. Their immortality field forced early, and they haven't even made it past the choke.
Lethal actually extended their positioning all the way onto the top of that hotel, just firing down. It will be the first one to take down Peanut. They no longer have the healing they were looking for. CB isn't going to be providing what they need to stay alive in that fight. Finally, immortality field out from Elk is used, so if they're quick, they could probably get into the next fight without it being available.
I mean, now we're looking at the ult rotations to come through. Harrisburg University is significantly in the lead in that regard. Drexel, they're still fighting to get towards that Ant Matrix, towards the Deadeye. It really is a case of Harrisburg just playing up the spawn doors here, and they'll start to be able to take over their resources in a moment.
And there it is, Akawa, waiting like a gargoyle on the side of this tower, dropping onto the enemies, pretty much negating any effectiveness that amplification matrix as well as immortality field had, especially dropping the bubble so they can't even shoot, get their bullets through to that matrix to have that buff.
Yeah, I believe this is going to be the Nano Blade combo. Tap kind of going in. No, there you can eat it. There it is, though.
Tap narrowly dodging that charge, but actually wouldn't even need it. I think that player had died. Wolgar had died before the charge would even make a connection over onto Tap, as the damage coming from all of these players in sync is just so oppressive that Drexel can't even leave the first 10 feet of this map.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing Harrisburg University just saying, what are you going to do at it? We're going to stand in front of your spawn doors, and every rotation that Drexel tries to kind of come up with, Harrisburg is, denying at the very outset. There's the scout from Divio, and already the rotation comes into play to make sure that the team in red can't get through the choke.
I think once that shield takes too much damage, it will be a self-destruct set right into the back line of that tunnel. Or even, will it even be necessary? Lethal sending in so much damage, as well as Akawa splitting up the players, so there's no one to be able to cover their backs. This is, I feel bad watching this, LaFon.
It's a tough place to be, right? It's a tough place to be. I don't believe Drexel University's actually got an elimination yet. So, Harrisburg still, continue to put pressure to the opposition, and there's going to be 4 check marks, nearly 5 here from Drexel. They're going to have to just basically have an ult dump here. They have to hope that they get some progress in the point.
And already behind Wolgar, the shield isn't there to provide any utility. No use is coming out of this tank. It's a distressing position to be in. The ability to keep your mental at this point, LaFon, would be astounding on the side of Drexel.
I mean, they don't have a choice, though, right? It's whether you keep your mental or you lose it. The game's still playing out the same way, and there's a shatter, but I mean, brilliant nano boost there.
Has control with that Deadeye, able to be in conjunction with Wolgar. I mean, it does help.
Tragedy.
But they aren't quick enough. They aren't quick enough to get to the objective in time, and it's a full hold. Harrisburg not allowing a single tick, a single percentage, and barely any elims to even touch them in that first round of defense. So, question is not going to be, will Harrisburg win this map? It's how fast will Harrisburg win this map?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a question there. I mean, for Drexel University, they technically got 3 eliminations, so they don't end this map completely undefeated. But yeah, certainly just the timing a little unfortunate. Perhaps if there was like a second extra, they would have gone to the objective. But even as they had gotten, won that fight, they still lost a couple members. Lethal on the counter high ground, with attack visor, the soldier just dealing a lot of damage. I mean, for Harrisburg University now, you're right. How quickly are they going to win out Kings Row? It's only a third, and with the dominance they showed on the offense, the dominance they showed on the defense, holding as offensively as they did, you know, how efficient is Drexel, or how efficient is rather Harrisburg University going to be on their run around? And I mean, Drexel University already pulling out, you know, the Doomfist, the Bastion, the mark of a team that is just playing for the cheese picks, right? And it's very difficult to consider this to even be a draw when you've already kind of shown your hand with this composition.
Activating the barrier.
A little bit of a desperation play. Jeff Goldboon. The accretion narrowly misses. Could have been a good shot, but already chunked down from a distance. It's the Junkrat out from tap. Lethal not even choosing an ace or a hero yet. I think they're going to sit this one out, leave it to the rest of the squad. Okay, Lethal finally showing up, bringing out that Pharah. Question is, will Optimal Shot be able to get back to the point in time, or are they going to make their way to the objective quite handily? Wolgar dropping down with the pile driver into the middle of that enemy horde will be taken down without a problem. Divio, though, does manage to follow it up and just start handling Drexel University. I feel like they just lost so much momentum with this first round. There was a bit of contesting coming from Lijiang Tower. They were fighting back, but at this point, it seems that their defense is just simply broken.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough, right? That's so tough. It was a nice lead on the bar, though. So take small victories where they lie, and Elk are going to get the highlight. The Baptiste coming in with the Ant Matrix, and a little nice, couple of nice shots there. It's a rough one. It really is. In this case, you take the good for what it is, and kind of leave the bad behind if you can, and hope that you can kind of take this as a learning experience. Go for your next match, because even if you could take it to the next map and provide some level of counter in terms of performance, then take that as a potential positive as well. Learn from the sort of the speed at which the game is played here. Take it into your next couple of matches to put the hurt on whatever other squads you play up against there. There's certainly learning opportunities, though. It feels for Harrisburg, this is, I suppose for Harrisburg, this is more of a challenge game in terms of how much can they get away with. And the answer, unfortunately, is quite a bit.
How much can they get away with? They can't keep getting away with this!
I mean, they can. They can, they will, they have, and they are.
As unfortunate as it is, at least for the side of Drexel, it's a learning opportunity. Go back, read the VODs, understand what can you do, how can you overcome such an oppressive team like Harrisburg University, and to be honest, Lafon, I've got no idea what strategies they need to employ to try and counteract what Harrisburg is bringing to the table.
I mean, in this particular instance, there, as much as it kind of is a sort of pessimistic way to look at it, there isn't much you can do in this match necessarily, barring a miracle play. It's not that performance-wise that Drexel is so far out there. Right, we saw some elements of good play on Lijiang Tower's control center where they were able to win that fight. Sure, it's not ideal, but I think just try and speed up your play. Get used to that level of play and see if you can kind of make that work. It's not going to work in this match, as evidenced by the scoreline and how we arrived at this scoreline. And not to wreck too much on Drexel. I don't think it's fair to kind of call them out in any way, but you have to kind of work with what you're given, and in this instance, it's really about kind of trying to force that performance out of your team one way or another.
I think when you're saying try and get up to speed or keep up with these players, something I noticed is anytime they were attempting to leave their spawn, especially using Wolgar as the main tank on Reinhardt, slowly walking out with that shield, and the second they showed their face, it was an onslaught, a barrage of attacks coming out from Harrisburg, and the shield broke. The defenses fell, and they had nothing to really counteract that. They tried to survive rather than coming out of the gates fighting.
That's the way it always is, right? This is the kind of this is one of the marks of collegiate. This is going to be sort of an element of this playstyle. Sometimes these are the teams you kind of run up against. You have to find a way to just keep yourself in the game. We are seeing a lot of changes here for Harrisburg in terms of the hero selections. Akawa and Lethal are your tanks. Elk and Divio are going to be the supports. App and Soam's going to switch up the DPS roles a little bit. So, no substitutes here, but a little bit of a different look in terms of who's playing what.
Always good to have some flex players within your ranks. However, I think this might be a little bit for fun. Akawa opening things up, taking down Optimal Shot with a nice Optimal headshot. And they're maintaining a good position right outside of the spawn, narrowly dodging that charge, and somehow lives to tell the tale with the Vape and the Immortality Field in hand. Soames as well, bringing the backup, having pressure on them so they can't exactly gang up on the Hog.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really tough thing to do. Roto is actually remarkably good at this point, or on this map, I should say. A lot of sight lines to play around. You can get, your assassination with the hook and then move on from there. A lot of questions.
Optimal Shot looking to take advantage of Akawa, and they do. Who was hoping to hold on to that position, maybe as a joke, because the rest of that squad is nowhere to be found. But Jeff Goldblum doesn't buy it quite yet, swinging around, searching for any other hidden players.
So much damage. Forced out. Oh, that's very nice. The the amplification matrix there from Peanut, making quick work of Lethal there.
Well, they should have looked harder because Soames, now coming through the bar, does have that flanking ability. Almost one-clipped out onto CB. Not quite, but there will be the finish off out from Elk. Akawa, always dancing with death. Never really facing it unless they want to. Still manages to just tear apart the main tanks, that being Jeff Goldblum, that being, Walgar is having a tough time as well. Nobody can get in optimal position. Nobody can have that angle, as it is not allowed by Harrisburg.
Yeah, even in fights where players are down one, maybe two, they're right there, right? The cleanup crew's right there. We see Akawa get a clean hook, or perhaps Divya with the 5 orb down range. But Drexel, you can see there's the intersight being used by Tap. Now the reveal is all onto Drexel, and the eliminations are starting to pour in.
Oh, a nice little 1 orb out to finish off Pest Control. And it is just a slaughter at this point with Akawa. It feels like something you'd see on Live League, the vantage point from this player ruthlessly running around and even trying to send a hook. Look at us send a hook by these players the second they get out of the spawn. This is not a good map or a good series, a good day even to be Drexel University.
All right, time too. A minute left, and there's a grab taunt on the bar. Kawa back into their corner. Will likely get punished for their transgressions. Yeah, look how much they had to use just to get out of that area. And with both tanks down, there's still an opportunity here for Drexel to make a reappearance on this map.
Yeah, they can take advantage of the cockiness, the hubris plays out from Harrisburg, but the pulse bomb really just feels like a lesson. It's not going to happen. Soames, though, does finally fall. Elf removes the Baptiste from play. So it is possible for Drexel to get this at least to the first objective site. They may be able to get it done lethal, however, just ramming right into Wolgar makes sure no one is able to protect the rest of the damage dealers out here. For Drexel, finally the whole hog coming through, but the defense matrix is good enough. Jeff Goldblum gets the kill, and they might be able to push it a little while longer. Only a few more meters to get this leg of the round done.
This is sorry to fall apart. Is Harrisburg University just putting a lot of individual emphasis on their mechanics, and Drexel just trying to put things in play. They're dumping everything. They want to get this objective, and well, they should. That's going to be the Dragon Strike, and with the overtime kind of committed, Drexel continue to put pressure on the front line. Optimal shot coming for 3, and that's going to be objective number 1 here for Drexel University.
I greet you.
It's good to see, and it should inspire some hope from Drexel that they are able to somewhat pick apart the pieces that is coming out from Harrisburg. But the issue here and throughout this map entirely has been they aren't trying their hardest here at Harrisburg.
Right, but kind of to draw back to what I said at the end of map number 2, the element of this, if you're a team, is if you're playing this kind of style, you need to be the best there is at it. And so with them kind of, losing a player here and not getting nearly the execution they need, you have to ask a couple of questions. How's Harrisburg going to end this map at this point? And again, they're still losing members pretty handily. Lethal in the backline, not really doing a whole heck of a lot here. And Drexel continues to put, movement on this objective as they head towards the second phase at the end.
Optimal shot narrowly missing over onto Elk with the storm arrows. However, Zones picking up quite a few as well with Divio lighting up the players on Drexel, and now it's only up to Jeff Goldblum, who's getting demeched and will certainly be handled. And that's going to be the full team wipe. Vulgar, though, back in play, gonna have to wait for the rest of their squad and do a full reset.
Yep. I mean, that's what Harrisburg needs to kind of have is their they need to be winning these fights. If they're going to be playing like this, they need to be winning these fights very handily, right? So there's starting. I mean, Tap's going to be taken out yet again, and Lethal just trying to be an annoying nuisance backline, trying to get those eliminations as well. Heal is there, though, and only Divio getting one means that there is still going to be an opportunity here to re-aggress if you are Drexel.
Dragon Strike at the ready. I believe the optimal shot is waiting for the best opportunity where most of these players will be lined up. However, that hasn't happened too much considering the majority of this squad is playing very separate. They're holding off angles, but the angle just seems to be working out right now as Akawa bringing out the whole hog, working in conjunction with Tap to just dive right in to the unit of Drexel. They are playing close together, and Harrisburg certainly is not. But this time, that pick-apart strategy, that very open strategy that they're employing is working out, dropping the mines. Insult to injury against Peanuts. They have no chance of escape from that small room. They are throwing their bodies on the line, but it is overtime. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to get to the objective. There is one player, but I believe that was CB, who was handled without a problem. Elk and crew ending the round, allowing quite a bit of distance to get onto this payload.
Yeah, I mean, Akawa just kind of holding down the fort, though, by themselves in the front line in that second phase, with the Roadhog just dancing around and making sure the eliminations come through. So Harrisburg, I mean, the expectations are for them to win this map, and I think the question is, are they going to speedrun through that phase, or are they going to try and continue their creative gameplay on their attack run as well,
Like that.
to kind of see if they have a little bit of fun. But Drexel under pressure, still trying to continue, still playing as hard as they can, and that's commendable and respectable in my opinion.
Of course, absolutely. Never giving up is the one marker of a team that can have improvement. If they're still fighting till the very end, that is something that you should definitely respect within a team, because that shows that willingness to improve, and this will definitely be a learning lesson, a time for them to understand what is waiting for them as they begin to increase their skill level, increase the types of squads that they could go up against. But giving up in a phase like this, that would show that they simply aren't ready, regardless of how much time is put in. The question is, how much defense can they put up this close to the spawn on Havana? Well, might not be as strong as what we saw from Harrisburg, but it still will try and be lethal. Walgar trying to get as much damage out there with the hammer swings. They do start it off by taking down Tap on the side of Jeff Goldblum, but a lot of stuns and a lot of CC is coming through onto Walgar. Holding on strong, though, because CB is keeping them attacked, and Pest Control working some magic to stop them from getting out and having that mobility with snipes out from Widowmaker.
Yeah, and I mean, the team doing a great job of Drexel University, rather, doing a great job of staying alive through some of that damage. Unfortunately, it's going to be Peanut going down, so I don't know if they can get the res off either. They're going to go for it, and oh, this is risky, but barely kept alive, and that's going to be a member permanently down, though.
Now they are forcing out that immortality field from Elk. They won't have it to use later on, but the spawns are closer, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. As the fight continues to rage on, there will be more players going down. Pest Control and Vulgar, they don't have the ability to get back in. CB looking for a resurrection, looking for something to do to try and keep the players in play, but they won't be able to secure that and keep themselves in the fight. Now it's all the way up into their spawn. We're finding Akawa and Lethal trying to just do as much damage as possible, disrupt the spawns, ensure there is no full reset. But they have regained their posture, and now Drexel can come back for a repositioning, unless Sums has something to say about that. Quickly handled.
I mean, that is a spawn camp, but, you know, perhaps not the most effective one. And it does buy some space, as Drexel weren't able to kind of walk out at 6. And so that's a little unfortunate, but continue to just put pressure here, and Harrisburg continues their movement upwards.
You have that self-destruct at the ready. Jeff Goldblum decides to employ it. Minefields distracting them in the back line while they need to get on the objective and at least form a contest, but that will not be the case. They're too focused. There's so much pressure on the back line that they can't even get their focus and resolve it to the main issue at hand.
Indeed, as I mean, Harrisburg University continue their sort of reign of terror there. Akala gets demeched. Trying to go for the pilot plays, but that's not going to be enough. An optimal shot. Oh my, that's 3. As they, you know, the Hanzo here fully eliminating the team as Drexel continue, you know, keeps themselves alive.
That was a great read from Optimal Shot. Certainly a delicious series of eliminations from this player. They do have the Dragon Strike at the ready. Storm Arrows coming out. Find a few hits, but nothing too lethal at this point. Send some shots up from the top. There will be a quick target as, yes, they are snipped out by a Akawa. Heal is there. Good from Jeff Goldblum to keep him in the fight. Dragon Strike goes out in an interesting angle, but it's going to be good enough to take out Soames, and that will slow down this play even further. Both players getting hit with that halt, but they will send out a re-aggression from Akawa, creating some space for the players down below on the objective. They're fighting hard, but these players are continuously split up, somehow keeping one on the objective at all times with all these different off angles in play.
As Harrisburg continues to put the card forward, and I mean, Drexel forcing this fight down. The Supercharger is going to be destroyed, I should say, and that's going to open up the opportunity for Tap to go in over the top and clean up the remaining members. With Optimal Shot down, I don't know that there's very many players to recontest, and that is going to be the cleanup crew. Harrisburg University will slowly roll the cards in to the final here to give themselves a 3-0 in just a moment.
Peanut looking for that last-ditch effort contest as the Lucio almost got there, but wasn't for the body blocks coming out from that Reaper, but it would have only delayed the inevitable as Harrisburg University proves why they are a top 5 team here in the NACE Starleague.
Lethal just made the life a living hell from the backside there, and even slightly off roll. A lot of you know, explosive play from Harrisburg here tonight. Putting a fairly quick one on the board, a 3-0, as they give themselves a 3-0 in the scoreline right over the season so far. So Harrisburg University still very much the team to watch in this division, the one we expect to kind of perform out of it, and looking for perhaps a difference from last season as they try and continue their trying to continue the victory here. They don't want to be stuck in that lower bracket in the playoffs if they can help, and I think they're hoping for a little bit of a better showing this time around.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed from Harrisburg. I mean, it is based off of what we already know from this squad. We know that they're incredibly strong, and it's just been the status quo has been kept. Now, the question is, will there be a contender to try and rise up and defeat this final boss of the division? The question still remains to be answered, but it certainly won't be Drexel University, who did have some moments. And I definitely want to bring up Optimal Shot, who truly shined on Havana as that Hanzo. I think they did a good job, especially with multiple series of very fast eliminations. If they could, I guess, try and play off of him a little bit more, or maybe just form strategies keeping the focus on the Hanzo, just peeling a little bit more. Maybe that could be a strategy to look into, but regardless, there is hope for Drexel throughout the rest of this season. But, I mean, the focus here tonight is going to be Harrisburg. They did it again, 3-0, undefeated, looking strong for the rest of the season. And we will have Soames coming in for an interview in just a few moments. So, excited to pick their brain on how this series and the rest of the season is going.
For sure. I mean, we'll get a chance to speak to Soames right now, actually. First of all, congratulations on your victory here, Soames, 3-0 over Drexel University. You know, a little bit of fun gameplay, shall we say, throughout this this match.
Definitely.
Is that sort of the highlight of the Harrisburg University show?
I think so. I mean, you know, we go into every match pretty serious, but I think once the kind of series continues, we like to do a little bit of trolling. Lethal loves the Bastion. A little bit of swapping. I've been practicing my DPS and scrims. So that third map, I was really happy to play some Soldier, play some Tracer. I was going crazy with the Pulse Bomb, so it was a lot of fun, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely made your mark here in your division against Drexel, but there was a bit of opposition that you found toward Havana. Were you feeling any real stress or were you sweating as the map went on?
I think half of us were just goofing around, and then the other half are like, guys, I can't believe they just like capped first point. What are we doing? Come on, focus up. Um, so half the team didn't take them seriously, half the team was taking it seriously. So I think over time we weren't really stressed out. We knew that if we like really wanted to put our minds to it, that we could clutch it up if we wanted to. But I think to be respectful, we should just give it our A, end the match fairly, and not do a little bit of trolling, not too much, always just a little bit.
A little bit of trolling. I gotta call you on one thing though. You guys didn't. You guys got taken out in the lower bracket last season here at the NACE Starleague. This season, is there an expectation for Harrisburg to kind of make it all the way to the end this time around?
You know what they say, stuff happens, but I think that I think we expect to do a lot better this semester. We definitely learned a lot from our mistakes and kind of how we were playing last semester. So I think this semester we have Lethal and Tap on board. Elk is back on main support. So I think we're meshing really well. Practice is going really well. But it's a long season, and we got to work for it every single day and compete for it every single weekend. So we'll see, but I'm very, very hopeful that we'll do really good and make it all the way to the end of the NACE Starleague.
Speaking of making it all the way to the end, are there any other teams within your division that you believe are some contenders for the crown?
To be honest, I'm not sure who's in my division, but I know that I'm worried about. Is Maryville in it? Yeah, I'm worried about Maryville. Last time, Bay State kind of threw us around a couple times. I think we got their number. I think Bay State, we got that figured out. It's not gonna be a problem. So Redbirds, Maryville. What's the team with the Dynasty and the boys?
Northwood, I think.
Northwood, yeah. We're looking out for all those big dogs. Because those are the really fun competitive matches that you really got to sweat for and prepare for. So we're gonna show up, try our best against those teams, and you never know how it goes. It's like it always comes up to match day. So hopefully, on those days when we're facing those big scary teams, we can just have a really good match and show them what we're made out of.
All right, well, that sounds good, Soames. I'm excited to see you go for that reunion tour, the revenge tour, as the NACE Starleague unfolds. So thank you so much for your time, and good luck in the rest of the season.
Of course, thank you very much. It's nice to talk to y'all. Thanks everybody for watching the match. Shout out to my mom. Yeah, thank you.
Well, with that ends the first to three here for the NACE Starleague Overwatch Week 2. We will be back with our second match of the night, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. It's still NACE Starleague Overwatch Week 2, and we just got our first series wrapped up pretty handily. We're about to get it cracking with our second match of the night. It's going to be University of Houston versus Stephen F. Austin University. I'm Los, joined by LaFon. And how are you feeling on this second matchup for the night?
Well, hoping for a little bit more competitive showing here from these two. But I mean, we have a little bit of a difference of scoreline here. Premier, I believe, are 1-1, whereas SFA are 2-0. So yeah, just getting a quick look at the documentation we have here. Getting a quick look of obviously the head-to-head of the two teams, University of Houston. Getting a quick look at their roster there, and obviously measured up by Stephen F. Austin State on the other side.
Yeah, a undefeated squad going against the 1-1, and you know, sometimes there's a little bit less pressure going into a matchup when you already have a loss out of the way. But Stephen F. Austin doing pretty well so far, going up 2-0. But what are they going to be able to do when it comes to this third match around? Because I think it's a little harder to maintain that consistency of being at the top. But when you take your first loss, you have an idea of what to look back on, what to change. But I feel as though when you are undefeated, it becomes harder to improve your own game.
Yeah, I mean, in this instance, obviously, a victory for Houston is almost University of Houston is almost mandatory. I think going down 1-2 to start off the season is not ideal. Yeah, it's still early, but you want to be in that you want to have a positive win rate, or you want to be above 500, I should say, as you kind of head into the early part of the season before. You don't want to leave it to the end where all of a sudden pressure's on you and now you're forced to win and you're not for sure. Your preparations are a lot more panicked and frantic. So this is not a must win, but certainly a very, very nice to have for the University of Houston as we are underway on map number 1, Lijiang Tower, Night Market, for our game here.
Good way to start things off, especially with the night market. We did get a little bit of control last time around, so I'm excited to see a full match play out. Teleport strategy coming in from both teams, but it's going to be University of Houston who actually make the mark and get inside, trying to throw some sentries in. Ire doesn't manage to get it through Ethan Junk, sending out some shots, but they will be eaten up handily by both tanks, especially with that defense matrix. But now it's time for them to move in. Maywall coming through from Zibilio, and that will allow them to deal with Sepher no problem.
The difference in these two compositions obviously is the May versus the Cassidy, and while there is more significant damage throughput from Stephen F. Austin's composition, they're actually going to make a switch over to Pharah, but no. Okay, and with the Mercy as well, so this makes a lot more sense. The problem, of course, is the tanks are going to be bullied out quite a bit here for the team in red, and not even that. No hit scan required. It's the Maze right click that takes down Ethan from the sky. Pharah out of the question.
That's a tough one to take in. Icicle to the dome, but there still is plenty of round left, even though Stephen F. Austin has a bad taste in their mouth to start things off. But they're having a hard time even trying to leave their side of the map. It's a constant barrage, but it might be able to get started. But here's the amplification matrix to try and beat him back. Zivilio sending another player to the pro zone, but actually the immortality field keeps him in play. Here comes an earth shatter to just knock him on their backs again. There's no respite for these players as they try to leave.
And there's the full reset coming in, and Stephen F. Austin just no dice here. The big problem too is University of Houston is going to come through, and you expect now the Blizzard to start to come in. University of Houston have been very efficient with their utility. So Stephen, SFA as they kind of recontest, don't have a lot to work against here. They're hoping for a pickoff from Ethan here on the Pharah, ideally. So back to the point, and you're going to use the Blizzard and you're going to use the Photon Barrier, and this should be University of Houston an advantage.
Yeah, a similar setup. It's been Arya Jet sending out hammer swings, trying to block off players. It's going to be the Photon Barrier looking to block off of that amplification matrix, followed up by a Maywall. But now it's time for them to make their re-aggression back into the main night market. Rocket Barrage coming out from Ethan, but it actually does manage to pick up 2. Here comes the self-destruct to clear out the rest of the players on the point, but it will not be good. It allows Ethan Jerk to lose some time, and they have that ability to get more bodies, get more players on the side at University of Houston for backup, and they will win the fight in the long run, potentially. It's still a struggle, still a fight, and the Earth Shatter coming out from Steven F is actually switching the tide to Aria Jet, the last one on site, sending out attempted dash, but it's gonna be no good. In the last moment, Steven F comes through at 99%. The objective's theirs.
Now the question is, how well can they hold on to it? Because they only have the self-destruct. And it's going to be the tanks playing overtime here for SFA, right? The block on the Shatter is Aria Jet's close. Going to be the, and of course, the self-destruct needs to find a value here for the University of Houston. Keep an eye on the teleport. If they go through the high ground, try and get around, this could just be the point rotating quickly, but slowly giving space is SFA. Big teleport there, doesn't catch anyone.
I like the stun grenade or the flashbang that was coming out, but it's a Earth Shatter that doesn't hit the mark. Unfortunately, it's not going to come through, but they are still having that major aggression, fighting for their life as Ethan Jerk, but the follow-up, the major laser out of Caffeinated is just too strong. They aren't able to sustain themselves, and here comes the Photon Barrier again for University of Houston. Allows them to get that burn uninhibited, and that's going to be the objective. Switch unless Zephyr has something to say about it, but they won't say too much as they're dropped quite handily, but it's just a constant flow of players stopping the inevitable, but you can't stop University of Houston here on Night Market.
That's going to be round number 1, and really dominant performance there. I think I like the stylistic choice there. The teleporter onto the objective to bait everyone on SFA to turn around and watch the teleport, and instead just walk in the old-fashioned way, get the eliminations. The Shadow doesn't land necessarily, but forces SFA out of position to give University of Houston the opportunity to walk in for free and give themselves that first round in control as they start on Control Center now for the second phase.
Yeah, Steven F had the right response to a normal play if they actually had players coming out of that teleporter, but the fake out was so perfect and it wasted so many resources, especially that flashbang that we saw from Ethan, that it was a crucial misplay or outplay on the side of University of Houston. But let's see how it's going to go this time. Caffeinated taking some serious damage from the jump. Ethan Jerk, though, swapping over to the Junkrat, is going crazy in conjunction with Ire. The damage is just too much. It's forcing a full-on backpedal on the side of U of H.
Yeah, with the excellent Doomfist play there. Comes in with the cleanup crew and just enough damage to get the rotation through. Right, the seismic slave on Caffeinated has been taking the spam from Ethan on the Junkrat, and that leads into the punch as well. So a lot of work is the Doomfist. Now though, with the point solely getting in favor, they're going to get that early elimination. That's going to allow Stephen F. Austin to walk forward here unabated.
A crucial pick for SFA because there was so much value out of Caffeinated Symmetra. The damage that was coming through was undeniable, but now they're going to swap over to Cassidy. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out in their next re-aggress.
Nice, a couple of switches actually. There's a mirror Junkrat now. Already up to 80% for that Riptire. SFA takes so much spam here.
Oh, it's going to be crazy if the Earth Shatter could actually make a connection, but it doesn't. So we have Ire in the backline, hoping to stop any players from using their ultimates. So we've got to make sure Civilian doesn't get the Riptire, but I don't think the Riptire is even going to be necessary for this one, as University of Houston is looking to take control quite swiftly after that ultimate miss.
And I mean, here's the thing for SFA, they actually use more resources than University of Houston does, right? So coming into this next engagement, U of H is going to be the team that is going to have the advantage in that sort of mirror matchup battle. I mean, Riptire, obviously, but I mean, the Shatter, the self-destruct, there it is. The Shatter online finds a lot of players.
Oh, that's going to lead up right into the self-destruct, but it doesn't hit the mark. It only takes out that Immortality Field. Still a little bit of value, but maybe Zibilio can utilize either the spam or the Riptire. A great landmine hitting them. That will be enough to send them back, send them packing into their spawn. However, they can't keep it up. That will cost them in the end if they get greedy.
Arya Jet actually with a clean play there, uses the pin, Shatter obviously to open things up, but then the counter pin onto the Doomfist to make sure that elimination comes through. So big plays there from the University of Houston main team.
Now they're having to back up because there's so much pressure, especially coming out from Iris. The Graviton, but actually Zabilio picking up 2 with the Riptire. It's huge. While they had the momentum with the Graviton, there was no one there to back it up, and now it's a great counter attack from the University of Houston. The Deadeye right outside of their spawn, caffeinated, unloading onto SFA.
Clown does not get a chance to keep the energy in play as well. That's a massive reset for the University of Houston. And as we head into the sort of that last fight territory, that's something you desperately needed, right? Because Clown is going to have a really difficult time farming up a second Graviton Surge here with that energy reset coming in. Tank's battle in play, though. Here's the Shatter available.
Shield is getting low. They have to get in good position. He won't be able to defend himself for too much longer. There's a lot of spam damage coming through. It can't be lost. It can't be baited. Here's the Riptire to open up the fight. It's not necessary, but it does give them space. They can take it back. They're taking the objective, and they don't need to commit the Earth Shatter.
Yeah, that's a big play. Just walk forward. Clown also has a Graviton Surge as well. So, I mean, with 60% on the objective marker here, SFA have a very real opportunity to force last fight on this round. And it's going to now come down to execution of these resources. 4, nearly 5 check marks. The combo, the Graviton Surge is in play.
They get that Graviton out as well as that Dragon Strike. It should be all that's necessary for this team fight. The Graviton goes, it holds a few, but the Immortality Field is good enough to keep them alive for a little bit longer. Zabilio now utilizing that Riptire, jumping around the point, baiting out the Immortality Field, and they get it done, bringing down Lasm as well. The heals are gone, and so is most of the players from SFA, and now, soon enough, it will be the objective as well.
That is going to be the closeout here, and it's not going to be enough. U of H under pressure, still clutch out, taking the 2-0 lead on Control to give themselves the 1-0 lead in this series. A very close map, all things considered, but University of Houston, when push came to shove, was the one that stood on their feet.
Yeah, it was a great performance by both Swans. However, caffeinated on Night Market, the damage was just impeccable. So much value found out of this one player just from their main beam. And when you're dealing with that and you have no protection in terms of your tanks keeping you alive, keeping it blocked off, it was just so much for them to deal with. All the pressure surrounding SFA was too great. But it was a great start to this series, I have to say, LaFawn. I'm very much looking forward to map 2 and 3, and maybe 4, but I believe out of either series tonight, this one can go to 4.
This is the series that I think we have the most expectations for. These teams seem to be fairly close in performance. The one thing I will highlight is we only saw a brawl mirror, right? We saw that Reinhardt kind of frontline be the name of the game. And I think one thing that University of Houston showed a better control of is how to get their Rhine into position. Arya Jet was the one who was able to hold the front line a lot more effectively compared to their opposition. So whether that was because of the May on Night Market, icing out the mirror Reinhardt, or with the Junkrat spam finding more value on Control Center, on that second phase, the Reinhardt was a little bit more efficient for University of Houston. Now, as we head to map number 2, that's going to be the question of the adaptation, right? Is that going to be the brawl mirror continued, or are we going to see a little bit more hyper mobility in play? The Doomfist was a taste of what SFA has to bring to the table. However, for University of Houston, they had the response, I should say, in spades. And now you have to continue to either elongate that lead if you're University of Houston, or come up with a retort in the case of SFA.
Ayer's Doomfist was very tasty. I enjoyed the different plays, the rollouts that they had, just the ability to cause so much havoc and disrupt the backline, especially with the Meteor Strike, when they were looking to unload all of their ultimates back on Control Center, when they were hoping to have a retake back from SFA, and it did disrupt them, and it worked quite well. However, just in the long run, there was a better adaptation from U of H. So let's see if there's even greater adaptation as we continue the series onto map 2, being Kings Row. It's going to be University of Houston on the defense first, so it should be interesting because they have done quite a good job maintaining control of the objective once they had it.
Yeah, it is incredibly uncommon when given the opportunity to not take the defense. So I think this is exactly as we would have predicted this map to kind of step up. If you don't pick the map, you pick the side, and you will usually pick defense because that gives you a better opportunity in the reset. Now, what that means is that we're likely going to continue to see more of that brawl, that rush brawl mirror from these teams. And I mean, for University of Houston, they have that tempo advantage that we've kind of seen. Because the one thing we have to highlight is on control when on Lijiang Tower. In the initial opening, right, in the initial sort of team fight, or the initial phase of the team fight, University of Houston has gotten the advantage of that pickoff more often than Stephen F. Austin did. And that, I think, is part of the reason it's so difficult to win a fight 5v6 in Overwatch. That was part of the reason why it was such a dominant victory for University of Houston in map number 1. If SFA can prevent that from happening here, meaning if they can get the first picks a little bit more frequently, then they should be right back in this series at the end of map number 2.
And they do have a great ability to get that first pick, as no one is around to stop Ethan Jerk from getting free reign. They don't have a hit scan to knock him out of the sky. Maybe it will be Mina on that Baptiste, but they gotta protect the rest of their squad rather than focus on dealing the damage. But dealing as they are, it's going quite well so far for University of Houston, getting those first picks, the crucial ones that they need to get.
Yeah, again, that first pick, Overwatch it snowballs so quickly these team fights. So you lose that first player, then all of a sudden you're forced to reset quite quickly, and especially if it's untraded. U of H continue to put pressure down range. I mean, you can see how much damage Caffeinated is doing just to the shields, and then on top of that to the flash. Mina with the Ant Matrix in play, and then make the projectiles that much more lethal here for the University of Houston.
They're just waiting on the signal to go here from Mina. Once that Ant Matrix is here, and here it is, it's going to light up the rest of the players. They have to back off and try and deny the value of it from Mina, and they will. But they're losing all the ground, all the minor amount of ground that they gained. But here is an opportunity for Ethan Jerk to potentially utilize that rocket barrage, but they need to be safe. They need to be put in a position where the rest of their teams can take advantage of it. But here it goes with the self-propulsion over into the back line. It does help them out, but being so close to the wall actually hurt them in the long run. However, the Dragon Strike is there to give some support, and it's all up to Caffeinated from the top rope to try and snipe down and put a little pressure. That won't be enough. A Riptire from Zavilio trying to give a Hail Mary into this one, going again from the top rope, looking for a Grand Slam, but they get nothing. They strike out. The first objective goes to SFA.
I mean, that Riptire was just, as you said, an opportunity to perhaps get some luck with an elimination, but they were going to switch anyway. So basically, to rather than waste the Riptire completely, perhaps you get lucky. That being said, this is going to be an opportunity for the hit scan to put a little bit more pressure on the Sky, as that's a big Graviton Surge, but I don't know if there's any follow-up damage for it.
Oh, here comes the Dragon Strike. It doesn't find the value it was looking for because it's negated out by the Immortality Field. Caffeinated does put the pressure on and keeps it on, as now Diego sends out the self-destruction. They won't be preserved. It's a huge self-destruct. 5 go down, and now Diego is there to finish him off. It's a team kill.
That is just an absolutely spectacular run there. And I mean, you'd expect the Reinhardt to get the shield up in time, perhaps just losing sight of where that self-destruct came from. Well placed by the Diva. And Diego keeps that fight handily here for University of Houston.
What a way to turn it around. I wasn't expecting so much value to be found with that one, but it was indeed. Now they're looking to come back with Revenge Ire, opening it up with the Dragon Strike, but here comes that Amplification Matrix from the alleyway. They have to push out. They have to get into position to be able to utilize that damage, but they're getting a good amount. Clown, though, with the full energy charge, is looking to tear apart these defenders, but they gotta watch their backs while they're making their way through the streets. They're getting shot from behind from the alleyway. Zavilio gets the first one, and Arya Jet also putting down the pain, but is this going to be able to sustain their attack? And it seems that it's been long enough for University of Houston to come back with some sort of response.
Yeah, this has been enough eliminations. Now the question is no longer how is this fight going to kind of who is going to win the fight necessarily. It's about which team is going to have the faster response to get back. And at this point, Team NF Austin seems to have the majority of their squad in play. University of Houston making a couple of changes, and that's going to elect. They're going to elect to actually give up space with Caffeinated being taken out late. Is there a recontest available here on the second phase for University of Houston? Timing is of the essence right now, and losing a lot of ground.
think it might be possible, but actually, that Graviton was so perfectly placed, it stopped them from breaking through the lines, and it didn't allow them to make their way to contest, and it gave them the perfect opportunity. The delayed response out from University of Houston was exactly what SFA needed.
And now we're gonna see. I mean, Caffeine committed the the Dragon Strike, pardon me, in that fight. That they had already, given up the objective. So not a well-timed ultimate. But now Steven F. Austin with a relatively decent time bank here. Self-destruct in the backline yet again.
It's been a pain before, but it won't be this time. Only taking out the Immortality Field, and they will live to tell this tale, especially Ethan Jerk. What are they doing with this Riptire? It's going to be enough to take out that Immortality Field, and, it's going to be enough because they got to maintain the pressure that they have so far, and it is rushing. As so far, Steven F. Austin don't even allow Zavilio to have any impact once they get out of the spawn. It's going to be the third cap. They look good so far here on Kings Row.
This is an entire reverse of that first map. Just the aggression showing up from Steven F. Austin. They don't hold any punches on the second and third phase there. Right, University of Houston, I think, mistimed their recontest a little bit, but credit to Clown for coming in with a Graviton Surge. Don't allow anyone to recontest, and the cleanup is there with the Dragon Strike and extra damage. So, as a squad, performing excellently here. A real reverse of what occurred on Lijiang Tower.
And it's great to see. I'm excited that Steven F. Austin can bring out this newfound fire. The question is, are they able to defend as well as they attack? But now, we've also seen it's going to be University of Houston. They've done so well to strike back and make their own attacks, what we saw on Lijiang Tower, and a incredibly placed ultimate out from Diego, but that can't happen every time, LaFon, so they have to come up with a new strategy or a new way to ensure their success here, and I'm excited to find out what they bring to the table.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the issue for University of Houston in the defensive round was that they kept trying to take fights where twice they tried to take a fight on the second phase where they just didn't have the numbers and ended up giving away more of the objective, and more critically, alt charge that allowed a snowball to happen into third phase. If you're not careful, that can really start to hurt you. We're going to see that adaptation come in. Diego now on the Zarya, so near mirror. The only difference, of course, being that Doomfist and Torbjorn are now in play as well.
Then Jerk sending out some probing shots, looking to find anyone and just get some damage in, but here comes the major push. They send out the Mortality Field, but Arya Jet's shield is soon to fall, but it doesn't matter because Caffeinated is on the side room. He gets a great headshot over onto Zephyr Hydra, and this will cause a immediate collapse of the defensive capabilities. They don't even need to push forward. They're gonna do it anyway to ensure all that space is taken.
Yeah, I'd like to see actually University of Houston continue to push forward and get these eliminations onto these remaining members. And that is going to be massive here. In fact, a little aggressive there is that it does not go with the rest of the team, so they're going to be down a member. A quick respawn nonetheless, but you'd like to get those eliminations to be cleaner so that you can continue the snowball phase, right? That pick off onto Ethan is going to be huge because now you cannot set up at the archway. You have to kind of set up on that second corner of King's Row, and that's going to give the offense a little bit more time to kind of step in slowly, surely, but build up towards those resources to kind of close out this next fight.
Yeah, they have to maintain the charge on both of these Zaryas. Are dealing major damage, so they don't want to stop fighting for too long, and that's going to be a crucial flashbang to stop Zeppy from having that shield up, and here comes the Amplification Matrix, and the damage is dealing. They are so routed, they have to back up. Caffeinated picks up another one. Zavilio on their heels, and they have to regress back all the way into their spawn. There's no point in trying to contest this one. Diego Woe still going in for the kill. Going in all the way, looking to get to the third objective here. Why not at least disrupt their lines, because they've got nothing to do. Nothing at all at the second objective.
Yeah, exactly. See up here. I don't know. I mean, I think they've scouted them. Yes, there's the bubble too to keep the Hanzo alive. That's a big read from SFA.
No way. It's going to be huge. Maybe if there wasn't an Immortality Field, it is going to keep them in play. A very great move by Slime. So they have still a little bit of fight left in them, but it's going to be sucked away ripped away here from U of H.
Yeah, not a real contest either. University of Houston get a much better time bank heading into the third phase. I will say, though, that was very expensive for the University of Houston. Even if Austin, looking at this, they have both tank ultimates, both support ultimates, right? So with the fact that University of Houston doesn't have that much to work with, you're hoping perhaps a pickoff from by Caffeinate's Deadeye before the fight starts to continue the snowballing play.
Comes the Deadeye. It doesn't find much. It does scare him a little bit, but it gives space for Zivilio to come from the back line and take down Clown. It's going to be a little less support. That tank damage to soak it up won't be there. Now they have enough to get the amplification matrix, but they're going to back off. They're going to live to fight. They have so much time to play with. There's no need to throw it away.
Yeah, that's a big thing, too, because that was a good fight, actually. The Doomfist gets a majority of those resources eliminated. Right, the Graviton Surge, we're going to see Clown now move over to the Roadhog. Not ideal, but Arya Jet bites off a little bit more than they can chew, and that's going to force another reset here from U of A.
It's dueling windows, and they realize it's a fight they should not win. Oh, Clown inches away from making this even worse of a situation for U of H. They have to keep backing off. They need to start building their resources, LaFon, because at this point, if they don't come in with the strong engages that we've seen in the past, with the massive entries in terms of ultimates, they can't break through the line that SFA has created.
Speaking of, actually, Clown is going to be holding this front line here. Going to try and go for a hook off the, was literally looking for a hook off perhaps the environment, but a great readjustment here from the offense. And that Dragon Strike's going to put a lot of pressure on the backline. They have to take so much care not to immediately go down.
Oh, but they're so close to the Graviton if they can get it. Yes, it's a huge Graviton. They don't even need the Deadeye. So many players are going to get stuck in. It's a team kill, and it allows them to ride right into the end of the objective. The maneuver away from the Dragon Strike right into all of those players stuck together. It was the perfect storm for the Graviton to round them up all so nicely. University of Houston finishing out the first round with 40 seconds more than their counterpart. SFA now has to take the lead out of their shoes and really push this objective.
Yeah, I mean, credit to that Dragon Strike, actually. We joke about zoning ultimates a lot. That was a time where that was a really good zoning ultimate. Not only does it force the backpedal from the defense, but it also pulls out the immortality field, right? And sure, there's no instant combo for the Graviton Surge, but with no defensive utility being there, you can just do regular old damage, and that just comes in with the cleanup. So highlight there for sure in that fight. The right choice to switch off the Doomfist to the Hanzo in that last fight, right? You're losing, not getting a lot of opportunity to get in with those insta-kills with the punch or with the combos of the uppercut and the seismic slam. Make a switch over and gain a ton of value. A great switch there from University of Houston to give themselves a better time bank, weirdly enough, on the third phase of Kings Row.
Without a doubt, it should be an interesting maneuver or move here with the Mei. I'm interested to see. It's going to certainly be an abusive play here with those walls to cut off players from the initial choke, but they aren't playing as far up as I would expect now that Zivilio is on the Mei. But now that this first encounter is going to happen, I think we will see a counter attack that causes them to play up a little more closely, or maybe it's a safety issue here.
I mean, this is the thing, you have to play kind of an off angle if you're the Echo. Just continue to try and get spam, and they're doing a good job though of just taking space, especially Zephyr here on the Reinhardt. They're starting to build progress. Need to stay alive though.
Ooh, that wall, it focuses them into a choke point where they have to stand by that mortality field, but they get so much damage soaked right into them. It's going to be Zephyrich, the first one to fall, and more will follow them, but Dino Lobster on the side of U of H will take a hit. Won't be as critical as Stephen F. Austin is hoping for, as they will maintain their control of the objective.
Yeah, it's now down to a minute remaining as well. So the duplicate's in play. So too is the amplification matrix. They're trying to go for an aggressive run. That's a good start.
Oh, the Earthshatter, did it come into play? I don't know, but it's in conjunction with the Blizzard, and it is a huge one for Zivilio, holding it down for the University of Houston. Zivilio's come through time and time again for their squad.
Yeah, Arya Jet also a big part of that. You asked if the Earthshatter was a key contributing factor, and I can confirm that it was. as it knocked down 4. And with 20 seconds remaining, this has become scattered and uncomfortable for Steven F. Austin. They don't have much available. Looking for this Dragon Strike, they need it now.
Gotta have it caffeinated though. He's ready with the response of the Deadeye, and it's only gonna take one swing around. But Clown is gonna stop that idea from happening. It's the whole hog out of the hotel, even knocking players away from the objective. They can't get onto it. The Maywall serves no purpose but to block them off from their own defense. And this will actually be in OT. It's gonna be SFA landing that first objective.
Now here's the desperation play for Steven F. Austin though. They have nothing to their name in this next fight. The poke is coming in. They might have the Ant Matrix, but it's going to be very difficult. They need to go through raw mechanics. A good start. Civilian gets taken out by a headshot. University of Houston already down a member. We're going to have to give up a lot of space. And remember, overtime spawns are incredibly long. That pickoff can really be the difference between this second phase of King's Row and being held at that initial choke point. So University of Houston have that punch combination, right? They've got the Deadeye, they've got the, the Ant Matrix and the Graviton Surge. Steven F. Austin needs to try and just slow things down, get one pickoff after another, to give themselves an opportunity to keep this map going.
Here comes the engagement. Whoever falls first will suffer greatly. Ant Matrix here, Deadeye in play, but it's not gonna matter because they're knocked off the objective, and round 3 ends. University of Houston makes their commitments. They get what they need done, knock the players off, and now it's time for their turn to have a crack at it and get past 62 meters to win the second map. And I think they could do it. That last engagement certainly was a little anticlimactic, LaFon.
Right. I mean, overtime spawns the overtime timer is so quick, and University of Houston should always have won that fight. Regardless, they just had way more check marks to Steven F. Austin's none. And at a certain point, Overwatch does become about resource utility, right? If you have cooldowns, if you have the ultimates available, you should win more often than not. And that, in a high pressure situation like that, where you cannot make mistakes, really is going to favor the team that has more opportunities to force, those moments. Now, that being said, 2 minutes 40 is not really that much time. And if University of Houston don't get a clean engage on this first fight, Steven F. Austin really do have an opportunity to bring this map back to their side.
Especially considering a lot of time is going to be burnt just getting that payload out of its holding area. Of course, it will be nice to have this extra 40 seconds to get to the objective in the first place, but in the long run, I don't think it's going to provide to be that much of a difference maker as this round goes on. They just have to have momentum. They got to win the first fight, and they got to keep it pushing.
Our Mercy in play. That is risky stuff from University of Houston. Happening. I'm just finding out that poke damage, right? They need to stabilize. They can't over-aggress. Get a first pick off, as you said, and go through. That's a good start. And that first pick off is now 5v6 in the tanks. There's so much more room to work.
Oh, getting flashbangs, caffeinated, helps take away all that shield. They have no protection, and in a matter of moments, University of Houston earns that first objective.
Now it's panic time for Steven F. Austin State, because with that, that's 2 minutes left on the clock, right? They will get University of Houston are going to get at least 2 fights now, to kind of 2, maybe even 3 fights to try and close this map out. And with the fact that they were so decisive with their victory and with Zablu getting over the top, getting those eliminations, this has gone from bad to incredibly worse for the defense.
If Zavilio keeps that pressure up, if they could find another one, they're sending out the shots. I mean, they forced out the immortality field. That's huge for this fight, and they're so close. They're just around the corner from making this a reality and ending this second map. Caffeinated there with the Deadeye. It's going to be pulled out. I don't know. Will it find that value? No. The players are backing off, but even so, that is value in itself. They forced them away from the playing field. They allowed the objective to move up, and now it's the amplification matrix, window to window, ultimate to ultimate. The Earth Shatter comes through, but it's Zavilio with the rocket barrage, and they're going to be able to push it all the way to the end and win map 2.
That is going to be an exclamation point on that victory, Los University of Houston. Again, just the timing, the aggression, and the poise under pressure to give themselves that 2-0 lead in this series and put themselves at match point. That highlight, though, from Diego. Unbelievable stuff from this diva, as it's just sent to the backline, and I don't know That there was any expectations it would be as spectacular as it was there.
That was a thing of beauty, LaFon. This whole series truly is it's got my heart pumping. I'm excited to keep going. I want to jump into the next map right now because I don't want to stop watching these two teams go at it. It's only been 2 maps, but it feels like it's been a full series so far.
And both these teams are right there, right? This is not, I don't feel this is like much of a gap between these two teams. It's just that in those moments where you need the absolute clutch factor to come in, it is University of Houston on the front foot, right? We saw those pickoffs to open up that fight on King's Row in the second round. You know, the Farah pick, very, very smart. And of course, I think Arya Jet here has been a big difference maker on the Reinhardt, has been able to sort of push the tempo, the speed of play, if you will, up, taking the front line, not afraid of the response of their opposition. And that has been a huge difference, coupled with the support of their squad to give themselves that 2-0 lead here as we head into map 3.
Yeah, I definitely have been highlighting Caffeinated. They've been doing a fantastic job putting out that damage, but you're right. Arya Jet is allowing that space to be taken without that player on the offensive defense, protecting the rest of their squad, getting that peel, ensuring that the damage dealers can do their job. This wouldn't be possible. So Arya Jet, absolutely fantastic maneuvers, especially toward the last play where they got that Earth Shatter in, where so many of these ultimates were used to get space. They didn't make a connection until Arya Jet got that Earth Shatter in play and allowed a huge rocket barrage to come through and finish up the map. But in general, just fantastic play from both of these squads. It is honestly neck and neck. Either of these teams can walk home as victors.
Yeah, and I mean, even if we do end up seeing a 3-0, it's not going to be, it's going to be a tale of a game not told by the scoreline, right? That's certainly excellent performance by University of Houston, not to take anything away from them in any sense of the word. But I have to credit Stephen F. Austin for really being right there with them. We are getting set for map number 3, of course, and it's the last chance at this point. In fact, every map from here on out for Stephen F. Austin is a must-win. Because they are staring at the match point scenario. We're headed to Junkertown for our escort map, and it is going to be a couple of subs coming in as well. So Ethan Jerk coming in for Zephyric, and Vu, I believe, in for Dino Lobster on the UH side. And so interesting stuff, right? Junkertown, we know, is a sniper-based map, especially on that early phase, right? Maybe even a tracer if you're coming for considering a flank, but the other thing we can kind of highlight is that double shield is the name of the game on Junkertown a lot of that time with the Orisa in play. I know it's going to be very different than what we've seen so far through the series.
Yeah, it will be interesting. We have had a lot of Hanzo plays, very critical Dragon Strikes throughout the series, especially coming out from Ire.
Yeah.
And that actually, a Dragon Strike was one of the deciding factors that allowed, I believe, University of Houston to make their final attack in that first round. So it will be interesting to see what they're going to be able to do, unless we will actually have an Ashe or maybe a Widowmaker instead. I mean, those are often common picks, popular picks in this map. So I wouldn't be surprised to find it. I would actually enjoy to see what they could do with new compositions, new players, new adjustments. And we are having an adjustment of the tank, that being the main tank from the side of SFA. Because Zephyr was that Reinhardt player, the one in the front line. So what can they do with this new player stepping in for that main tank? I'm excited to see what they're going to show for us, what either of these teams can bring to the table over on Junkertown. I mean, it's got to be good. Stephen F. Austin has to shoot their way out a last chance saloon here on Junkertown 3 times in a row. So will be interesting. So let's jump into Junkertown now. Map 3, match and series point.
As we get a quick look at the defensive side, and you're right, Ginger-tastic, playing the hit scan Ashe and with the pocket in play. And that can also realistically be a duel against the Widowmaker, though Caffeinated going over the top with the grapple shot. Not going to find any elimination this time around. And University of Houston putting a lot more shield pressure here.
That's what you have to do, especially if you want to get these snipers to find the value that they're made to have. You need to remove all that defense that they're bringing to the table. It's Diego Wo and Arya Jet holding fast on the defensive, but I mean, SFA, they're taking the space that they need.
Actually, that is a big shield from Diego to keep Caffeinated alive, and that means that Aaron's going to actually be taken out. That's a big play. And with this is going to start to snowball a little bit more aggressively because you can see Diego on that off angle just rotating past the shields.
Oh, the gravitic flux is going to be massive. Yes, it allows them to be lined up for the feeder. Caffeinated can get the snipes in while they get slammed down to the ground, whoever they didn't hit. And that is a quick attack on this first objective here for U of H.
That is arguably a better play than the self-destruct on King's Row, because not only Diego makes full use of the utility of the off tank there, uses the shield to protect the DPS player, then comes in on the off angle to take threat away, deal damage, and then followed, of course, by the gravitic flux to eliminate the remaining members. Spectacular stuff there from the off tank of University of Houston, and now Stephen F. Austin, though they do take that high ground control, are stuck looking at a near 5-minute time bank on the second phase of Junkertown.
That is not what you want to be staring down in the face of University of Houston. So much time and not much time for you to stop them because they are barreling down toward the second objective. You don't have too many ultimates. Ginger Tactic actually building up toward the bomb, but they can't use it because the snipe is coming too quickly out from Caffeinated. Here is that Dragon Strike splitting apart the upper angle. No one can get a clear shot. Now Clown having to adjust. They will expose themselves completely, but the shield is here. They're going to walk right past it and take massive amounts of damage. U of H bulldozing through.
Yeah, this has become a bit of a distraction on that front, is that University of Houston have not been forced to retreat. Caffeinated has been taking these very aggressive angles on the hit scan, and obviously Diego is completely unpunished by the as the Sigma player. That's gonna be the second phase gained as well, and you're hoping for a miracle here for Stephen F. Austin State, because while yes, third phase of Junkertown is notoriously difficult to take, 5 minutes and a quarter is a lot of time to make a lot of mistakes University of Houston have to work with here.
That is not going to spell anything good here for Stephen F. Austin. They don't have the bomb at their disposal, so the majority, the biggest factor of their defense of trying to get the damage against them is suddenly gone. There's the amplification matrix, forcing them back even further. They have no chance at this point of mounting a great assault, but now that the reset is in play, they got plenty of check marks. They're verified, LaFon, so they gotta be bringing that defense.
Here's what needs to happen in this next fight for Stephen F. Austin. The Transcendence is going to deal with most of the damage. However, if you can couple it with a damage amp, then all of a sudden you start to work out really well. The Bob's going to be used aggressively, but, taken out, but now this opens up the opportunity for the Gravitic Flux here.
Okay, the Supercharger is in play. The Gravitic Flux is sending players in the sky. However, they have the Immortality Field, but it's going to be quickly dealt with. A return of gravity is coming through from Ethan, but a stun is stopping them in their tracks. Ethan stuck all alone. They are not going to die just yet, but Zabilio is putting out serious damage on the front lines, and so many players are falling. It's just Iron and Ginger-tastic hoping to have something happen, but Ginger's gonna go down too.
And Ire on the flank does not get any respite either. And the close hold comes in. I don't know if there's even a contest available. There isn't. 3 minutes and 51 seconds. A blistering time bank here for the University of Houston on Junkertown as they put themselves on the match point scenario. Not only does Stephen F. Austin have to capture the map, they need to try and do so with time remaining to equalize in this ridiculous showing the University of Houston had here.
They took their performance from the previous map and just doubled, even tripled the momentum they had, the strength they had, the synergy they had to allow themselves to drive all the way to the end. And like you were saying, such a huge time bank. And to ask Stephen F. Austin State to do the same, if not better, is such a tall order, considering how University of Houston has always been just a step ahead of them previously. But now it's a great leap that they gotta take.
Yeah, I mean, this first fight, we haven't really talked about opening up maps in this broadcast because it goes without saying, right? The first fight is so vastly important. However, when the time bank is this against you on a map that is notoriously difficult to capture, you need to be perfect. There aren't any real chances to do anything to the opposite because University of Houston weren't slowed down on their offense. University of Houston did not lose a fight on this map so far.
Question remains, will they be able to keep that mean streak? Caffeinated will be putting on that pressure, continuing as the Widowmaker, but here comes a big dive out from Ethan. It will be Ire to open things up with the Storm Arrows onto Widowmaker. They have a lot of shields to try and stop him from getting the damage in, but Ire is going to keep the pain coming. They do have both of their shields in play. Ire getting a little bit too aggressive on that one. But how are they taking this space? What are they doing to follow it up? Because it seems a bit scattered now that they actually got a few limbs.
Yeah, with Ire getting taken out, they're going to allow the rotation here. Diego is actually going to get the off angle yet again, and we saw how deadly the off tank can be for the University of Houston given that opportunity, and that has opened up so much room here now for the defense to regrab.
Yeah, they immediately turned back on that one player. Diego hoping to get that off angle. The magic that they made with that gravitic flux from the beginning won't be happening again. However, it's still enough time for them to have their distraction made and allow the rest of U of H to reset, get back into the fight, and stall as these players somewhat are walking in one at a time. But Zavilio now, a lot of pressure on them, and it's the Dragon Strike as well, keeping them off the high ground. And this is the time, maybe for Lazim to toss on that Nano onto who, I'm not sure. But let's see if it's actually going to make a difference. It might be the Monkey, but it won't be necessary. A great sleep over onto Diego, and they will fall. Now the fight is going to keep on going. Bob is coming out to try and make their way, make their name and pain felt throughout the fight, and it will not have the best advantage with Caffeinated with that Deadeye. Will keep it out.
Ethan actually gets bursted down in Primal Rage from 100 to 0 with that Deadeye. Excellent play from Mina, who keeps their support duo alive in that fight. And now Steven and Austin have just run out of steam, it feels like. They had the opportunity to kind of keep that fight going with Diego getting taken out, but right now it feels a little bit lost. You expect the Nano onto Ethan Jerkin there, in fact it is. Look how much damage they take on the entry.
Ethan just jumping around, looking for the best opportunity, but no matter what damage they put into it, it doesn't seem to actually stick. The Transcendence out of bow was critical for them to just maintain the status quo, not have to worry too much about the positioning. It gives Caffeinated a little bit of space to work with, almost gets away on that one. But with every elimination SFA gets, University of Houston gets 2.
Yeah, that was I mean, that was ambitious, I should say, from Caffeinated, right? They walk around the corner and clearly see 4 people. Once they don't get that initial elimination, they should back up, but there's no fear here from this squad. And I mean, when you get trades like that, that's massive. And the Graviton Surge now needs to be big, but SFA lose another player on the entry.
Mortality Field behind 2 shields, and it stays to fight for such a long time. And we will have Bob back in play, along with Diego, who has been critical with their tank ultimates, with that Gravitic Flux, with the Diva Bomb we've seen in the past, but what is their plan here?
Steven F.
This time.
Yeah, Steven F. Austin here needs their win condition to be the Graviton into the Nano Winston. Half of it's there. There's the Graviton Surge.
Oh, but they can't really use it because they're stuck in the Graviton. They do manage to get Lazim, and now Ethan is looking to make some havoc calls, but they're gunned down by the Bob, and the rest of the damage coming out from Zavilio is so destructive that it's only just Ire to push the cart a little bit. 20 seconds on the clock.
And
what has SFA got left?
This is now panic moment. They've got the Amplit Matrix, they've got the Dragon Strike, but they need to get to the objective. We see the Wrecking Ball, we see the Winston in play. It's a panic. It's forced. They're running out of time and space. There's the Dragon Strike, pardon me, just to try and get to the objective.
There it is. We're going into OT, and the amplification matrix has been utilized by Slime. What can they do? It's around the corner. They can push the objective a little bit further, but now that they make it, they have to continue the fight. And University of Houston is forcing them around the corner, but it might actually work out. Ginger-tastic getting the damage in, but is the trade going to be good? Spinning to win, it will be Diego. Whoa, I don't know if this will be the right move, but actually knocking him off the point, getting those kills in. It's only up to Clown, but Clown goes down, and so does Steven F. Austin State.
And University of Houston with the exclamation point on the series here on Junkertown. They made it. There was close on the first 2 maps, but map number 3 was all U of H. Diego rightly taking the credits here for the highlight, and what a spectacular play. What spectacular play throughout the series from the off tank here for University of Houston. stellar stuff from, if you'll pardon the pun, from the Sigma player in this map. And throughout the series, it must be said, the off-tank really a difference maker for your winning squad.
Both of the tanks were crucial to those plays. We talked about Arya Jet putting in the work as the Reinhardt, even as the Orisa, getting those superchargers in when they need it. It's not like a hard play that you could see and think that's amazing, but it's what they allowed to happen. The moments they create by giving that extra boost of damage, the moments they create by creating that line of shield, the space taken from Arya or by Arya Jet, the side flank out from Diego, the Diva Bomb from Diego, the Graviton from these players have always been just exactly what University of Houston needed, and it all came to fruition for them to get this 3-0 win, and it certainly did feel like a 3-0 on this last Junkertown map.
Yeah, it felt like an element of University of Houston needing a little bit of time to kind of warm up to the totality of their team play, right? I think in the early phase, there was a couple moments where they stepped out of, alignment with each other. Junkertown, it felt like a well-oiled machine, right? Just consistent, well-timed execution of their resources to give themselves the victory on Junkertown. And we saw that time bank. I mean, Junkertown is notoriously difficult to take that third phase of, and they made it look simple. They made it look easy. And that gives them that 3-0 victory. And Los, I mean, for University of Houston, they might be 2-1, but all of a sudden, this is looking like a team that perhaps that one was a bit of a fluke, and the rest of the series rest of the season, pardon me, will be a little bit more kind to their performance as they kind of try and play for the top end of their division.
Without a doubt, I mean, they have proven where they've earned their stripes, and I'm incredibly excited to see more of these plays throughout the season. I've become a University of Houston fan out of this one. I'm a Arya Jet fan. I'm a Diego Woe fan. I'm a Caffeinated fan. All these players put out so many great plays. I'm just excited. I want another map. LaFon, because I'm just so hyped up from the fierce competition that was brought. But also, we got to talk about Stephen F. Austin State, who they were really running with him. They were keeping up with U of H, but toward the end, it just all fell apart. I'm not sure if they really had a cohesive idea of what they wanted to do. I was having a hard time figuring out their full-on strategy.
Yeah, it felt like they were a half step behind in the first half of the series, and then all of a sudden we're a full step behind on that third map. And that's going to be going back to the drawing board, because it's not a skill issue here for Stephen F. Austin in this series, right? Mechanically, they were totally fine. It's more of the execution and team play that they're going to have to coordinate better on in the later stages of the season. A lot to work out for Stephen F. Austin, but a foundation was certainly available to them. I expect them to come back, with a vengeance in their next couple of matches as they look to kind of bounce back from the defeat here tonight.
Yeah, and it is just one loss for them. They did win 2 previously, so 2-1, not a bad record. Both of these teams going out with the same record throughout in their divisions, though. They both have a shot. They both have the potential to be some of the top names that we could be expecting out of this division come the play-ins, come the conference finals. Who knows? We might be seeing SFA further down the line, and I certainly would like to see both of these teams at the top of their respective division.
Indeed, we're just waiting on confirmation of when our interview with the victorious team will be ready. So stick around for that, of course. And Los, and I mean, it's been a fantastic, if a little bit quick, night here tonight. As we've kind of run through, just to recap, of course, of the night. 3-0 to open up with Harrisburg versus oh my goodness, my brain already falling prey to Drexel. There we go. Got it. Now, of course, the 3-0 here now of University of Houston over Stephen F. Austin. So with that being said, that's how the night went through, but we are not done yet, Los. It is interview with Arya Jet from University of Houston. Congratulations on your 3-0 victory here tonight. How's it going?
Thank you. Yeah, it's going good.
Definitely seems like it. I'm doing great after witnessing your team's victory. This was a phenomenal match to watch. So first of all, thank you for putting on that performance and coming out. That was just great to see. But also, I want to talk about how your squad was building up steam and momentum throughout the series. How were you feeling as time went on, where you were getting a little bit stronger, a little bit faster, quicker, and then ultimately with the massive disparity in time banks on Junkertown. How did you progress mentally?
Yeah, so with our team, pretty much as the fight continues, we tend to build up on what the last person has done, right? It's like we start to cycle ultimates, we start to get into this like team sort of amping each other up in the team fights, and it just builds one on the next. And we've gotten better at cycling ults, and that sort of helps us build steam and build momentum.
Yeah, fair enough. Speaking of building, though, we got to talk about your team's record. You guys are 2-1 to start the season off here. Walk through me, sort of the stumbling blocks that University of Houston kind of gotten through, and what's next for the team, right? How are you choosing to improve as you kind of go forward?
Well, our team, we have some stumbling blocks we're kind of a new team. We have to deal with training and scrims and learning all of it ourselves and teaching ourselves how to play this game competitively. And sort of as we continue to do this competitively, we're getting better and better at learning and teaching each other what to do.
Well, that's good to hear. I mean, it is a bit of a struggle when you are starting out, especially just as a college program. Are you getting much like resources from the University of Houston?
No, actually, it's just us giving it to ourselves. We're like a club in that sense.
Impressive, to say the least. Well, it's good to know that you are able to bring out a strong performance and do it yourselves. So are there any other squads that you're looking forward to fighting against as the season progresses?
Whoever's on the roster, UH is coming for you.
Confidence. I like to see that. We'll give you a final shout out before you go, though. Jet, anyone you want to call out here?
I want to call out Diego for that five-man bomb.
Yeah, that was spectacular stuff. Excellently done. Congratulations on your victory here. The 3-0 University of Houston over SFA tonight. Los, it has been a fantastic show. Jet, we'll let you go. Congratulations again on your victory here.
Thank you.
Whew. Well, like you said, it has been a fantastic showing of teams tonight, and unfortunately, that will be the end of all of the Overwatch action, but we're not done yet here at the NACE Starleague. We got plenty more esports here for you this week. Tomorrow, Tuesday, it's a League of Legends, and on Wednesday, we got Call of Duty back in action, and on Friday, we're wrapping up the week with Counter-Strike Global Offensive, so you want to be here for the NACE Starleague esports, because the action does not stop.
Indeed, and Los, it's been a fantastic night. It's been a fantastic show. We've got some great games, of course, and don't go, tune back in next week because we'll have some more Overwatch action ready for you here at the NACE Starleague.